I would now like to call the June 2nd, 2026 Longmont City Council study session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel or on https://longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we start with roll call, please?
Mayor Doggle-Faring,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy,
Present.
Councilmember Christ,
Present.
and Councilmember Kalkofer,
Present.
Councilmember Marsing,
Here.
Councilmember Popkin,
Here.
Councilmember Prieto. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great, let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here she comes.
She coming? Oh, okay. So anyone wishing to speak at public invited to be heard will need to add their name to the list outside the council chambers. Only those on the list will be invited to speak at public invited to be heard. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. And we are now on to motions to direct city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Do we have anyone? Nope. Okay. Well, I do. Yeah, I was going to get to that. I wanted to see if anybody was going to speak up first. Come on down. So we're scheduled to have a regular session on June 30th. However, I will be out of town. I'll be in Boston for the energy conference. I'll be going with a group from Platte River Power Authority. And from June 28th through July 1st. So I will be missing that June 30th meeting. Additionally, our Mayor Pro Tem will be gone. Go ahead.
I will be taking students from Boulder Valley School Districts, Fairview, Boulder, Broomfield, and Monarch High Schools to the National Future Business Leaders of America Conference in San Antonio.
Okay, great, thank you. And there's a possibility Councilmember Christ will be celebrating the 250 in DC. So there's a good possibility, well, there'll be 3 out. And, looking down the line of who I would have chair the meeting. So Harold and I were talking about possibly bumping up to the 23rd, which we will have Colorado Municipal League Conference. And I don't know who all is going. Raise your hand. I'm going. I'm not staying. Are you going to CML now?
Yeah. In
Westminster. No, the Westminster one.
I don't know.
So, okay. So I'm just driving back and forth. So if need be, if council is okay with this, we could just come back on Tuesday for our city council meeting for that time rather than trying to figure out the 30th, because that's going to be pretty challenging. So I'm going to throw this out there to council members, yay or nay. Councilmember Kalkofer?
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking at the calendar, it does look like there's the welcome reception for the CML annual conference. That starts at...
That's like a mixer, isn't that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I never go to
And then
those.
there's
But
another thing that just popped up on my calendar.
yeah. You don't have to go to that.
Okay.
Kind of, yeah, it kind of kicks up my anxiety level, but Councilmember Marsing, it's not mandatory that you go to that. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Thanks, Mayor. No, I think this makes total sense. I was going to say, I think my toxic trait is asking you, if we were going to have the meeting, who would you ask to chair? But I won't put you on the spot in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Secretary of State. Yeah.
I mean,
like that.
we actually entertained the idea of me zooming in.
To chair the meeting.
To chair the meeting, but I can't reach over
Yeah,
at
no.
you guys from the screen, so.
I think that's perfectly fine. I was going to mention the mixer as well, just so council's aware that we'd be missing that, and those opportunities to mingle
Yeah.
and people are helpful. But I'm happy to come back to council
Okay,
tonight.
yeah. And there'll be other opportunities as well. So, anyone else? Okay, if I'm not hearing any vehemently opposed, then we're gonna make the change. And I mean, we can carpool two and two. So, Councilmember Popkin.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have one question, maybe for Harold. Do you know which staff and senior leadership and staff will be going to CML? Because it's not just council that goes to CML; it's also senior staff.
Most of us aren't. We
Aren't?
will,
Okay.
if we do, we'll go in for very specific sessions
I see.
and move back and forth. So,
Not this year. So
and typically where's Sandy?
behind you.
Yeah.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. City Attorney's Office does go. It's a great source of CLE and really focused on what we practice.
Right.
We don't start till Wednesday, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Tuesday, that'd be no problem.
Okay, just wanted to check on that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, very good. So we're good to go. We'll meet on the 23rd instead of the 30th.
And then the 30th would just be canceled.
Will just be canceled. Okay, because that'll be the 5th Tuesday of the month. Okay, great. Thank you all. Now, seeing no one else to bring forward future agenda items, we are now on to public invited to be heard. Yeah, sorry. Let's go ahead and the first I don't have the list. So, that's why it seemed off. They're getting it. I guess, does anyone know who was the first person to sign up? Come on down, start working your way down. Yeah.
No, never mind. I'm not looking at the right agenda. I was looking at the other one.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So let's go ahead and begin. And can you state your name and address, please? Oh,
Thank you. Sandra Locke, 6339 Laodicea Road, Longmont. Okay. Good evening, council and mayor. I understand that Longmont has the opportunity to support our county brethren in the town of Superior and Boulder County as they prepare to petition the Colorado Supreme Court for review of Town of Superior versus Board of County Commissioners of Jefferson County. Jeffco owns and operates Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. The residents of Longmont and neighboring unincorporated Boulder County who live beneath the flight paths of Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport and Vance Brand have been patient. They have filed complaints, attended public meetings, and trusted that their government representatives would find a way to protect them. This case before the Colorado Supreme Court is a rare and significant opportunity to advance a legal framework that could provide meaningful and lasting relief and clarifies the rights and obligations of airport proprietors, not only with respect to the management of an airport, but also in the interests of welfare and protection of the citizens that surround it. I respectfully urge the council to authorize the city of Longmont to participate as an amicus brief in support of the town of Superior and Boulder County and to explore co-authoring that brief with other affected municipalities and county governments in the Boulder Valley. Our community's health and peace depend on it. Thank you.
thank you. Lance Whitaker?
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Been a resident for over 45 years. Okay. Oh, Mike's way down, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Again, Lance Whitaker, blah, blah, blah. Today is National Leave the Office Early Day. Hopefully we can get everyone to agree on that one today. It's also National Bubba Day. If you know a Bubba, give him a call. National Rocky Road Day, Rotisserie Chicken Day, and Volkswagen Bus. If you own one of those, burn it. It's Pete Conrad, Sally Kellerman, who is Hot Lips. Pete Conrad was the third man to walk the moon, and Wayne Brady's birthday. Yay for them. On June 13th, there will be a Wish Ride of Colorado's having their national ride. If you want further information, you can go to wishrideofcolorado.org. And that's all I got for you today. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Charlie Schilling.
Hello, Mayor and members of council. It's good to see you all. I'm Charlie Schilling at 224 Francis Street. I'm here also to ask for your support in the case before the town of Superior in their case to appeal the decision. I believe you're familiar with this case and the request to support your neighboring towns. This support is asking for an amicus curiae, which you learn something new every day, or Friends of the Court document, which basically is a brief written by individuals or groups who are not directly involved in a legal case but have expertise or insight to offer a court to assist in making decisions. So we're not really asking you to jump into the fray here. We're asking you to be a friend and support them. So this is nothing more than Longmont saying Longmont supports the town of Superior in their legal appeal to properly manage your airport, like we want to do. Their success will ultimately help Longmont in the long run if we stand together with our neighboring cities that have small airports. Lafayette and Broomfield, as you probably know, have already given their support, and now we need to step up to the plate and do the same. A legal counsel could easily pull something together for this, but they're going to need direction from you to do so. So that's what I'm asking you for. This is time sensitive, as you just heard, as Superior and Boulder County have until June 12th to petition the Colorado Supreme Court for review. More detail will come in your inboxes if you don't already have it. So this is an opportunity for one of you to make a very simple motion at your next council meeting to support the Superior appeal and show just where each of you stand with regard to the protection of the public health and welfare of our community by supporting such a motion. This can be really simple and clear from each of you, either a yay or nay, and be on record for where you stand with the airport. Please, someone make this motion and others support it at the next council meeting. So you're doing, so moving along, so I think I have another minute or two, or a minute. Different subject. So if you're going to be doing another comprehensive plan or envision Longmont, please, please do it in a way that represents the residents of Longmont versus Chamber of Commerce or developers or whoever did the last one. Really, I know you reached out and there was a lot of community input, but when you look into it, it was driven by, in my mind, not really by the residents, by people that have, in my mind, special interest. And put requirements in there and some teeth so that when it goes before the planning department, planning and zoning, and city council, we don't hear them use the parts that they like and cast aside the parts that they don't like aside and say it's just a guideline. I hear that a lot, and so put some teeth into it. Anyway, thank you all very much for everything you do.
Thank you. Kimberly Hart.
Hi. Good evening. I'm Kimberly Hart, and I'm a Longmont resident. I deal with cybersecurity professionally as a software engineer. I wanted to thank you for considering the Tech Review Board. I just wanted to keep it short, and I do have one big ask, which is to amend the Tech Review Board's purview to include a review of contracts prior to signing by the city. I do think this would be a great benefit for the board to have some input before things are signed, and especially regarding implications of data privacy and security. And as we've seen with surveillance technology, this can be very important. And that is it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard And now we are on to special reports and presentations, a proclamation designating June 2026 as Pride Month in Longmont, Colorado. And yay, so we have, actually the name on the list is Mark Lester. Is he here tonight? In Broomfield. So if other members of Rocky Mountain Equality would like to come on down to accept this proclamation. Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and read it. So proclamation designating the month of June 2026 as Pride Month in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas June is celebrated as Pride Month, commemorating the 1969 Stonewall Uprising in New York City, a pivotal event in the movement for the LGBTQ plus rights and liberation, and whereas the LGBTQ community has made and continues to make significant contributions to this cultural, civic, and economic successes of the city of Longmont and the state of Colorado, and whereas Longmont recognizes that visibility, advocacy, support, and education are vital to creating a community where all individuals can live safely and free from discrimination. And whereas freedom and autonomy for LGBTQ plus people is essential to the health and vitality of our community. As when any one of us is denied the right to live authentically, we are all diminished. And whereas on June 6, 2026, Longmont Pride will celebrate LGBTQ plus members of the Longmont community, offering an opportunity for people of all identities to come together, show up, and be seen. Now, therefore, I, Susie Hidalgo Faring, Mayor, by the virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2026 as Longmont Pride Month in Longmont, and invite all citizens in the community to use this month to celebrate the importance of LGBTQ plus equality and recognition. Thank you. So, yeah. Did you have a statement? Is there anything you'd like to come on?
Oh, we'll talk for days.
Oh, okay, yeah, come on up, and then we do want a picture, so.
My name is Marty Moore. I live in Longmont, and I'm the CEO of Rocky Mountain Equality. It's not the first time I've been here for a proclamation, and I'm very grateful for each one we receive. Having a family that's generations into Longmont, I really never saw the day when this would actually happen. And so every year when it happens, I think, yay, Longmont, we've come a long way in inclusivity. I want to thank you all for this. It's meaningful to many, and we're looking forward to seeing you all. When your proclamation said all identities, it's all identities.
Yep.
Come for fun at Saturday at Roosevelt Park. The city staff that you have is amazing. We work with a lot of cities, and there's one that I won't mention out loud, but we all know who it is, who's so difficult. And your team makes it so easy to be a member of this community and get through the paperwork. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Kyle Carrigal. I live at 1457 Lincoln Circle, and my parents live at, well, I won't say their address since they're not here. My parents live here too. We're also grateful for the support that we get from this city, especially right now. It is so important that we stand together, that we celebrate together, and that we respect one another in the cities that we live in with our neighbors. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's come on for a picture. Yeah.
All y'all, come on.
Yeah.
Come on up. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Unless you voted against us. That wasn't on the mic.
Oh, dear.
Oh, in the middle. Come on.
Take your time. That's right. You what? Okay, I will. Here she comes. Yeah, here we go. She made it. She made it. She made it. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Get my good side.
All right, Kyle, pay attention. All right, thank you. Congratulations. You made it.
That's my assignment.
Yeah. No, actually.
Thank you, Sandy.
See you later.
I hope so.
Pick your brain.
Okay, we are now on to our study session items. And I will hand this over to Sandy Cedar. And then, Dawn, you were also going to mention the pre-sessions as well.
Part of the presentation.
Part of the presentation. Perfect. Okay, I will hand it on over.
All right, thanks. Mayor Hidalgo Faring, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. We have a twofer on your retreat follow-ups. So this first one I'm calling 1A. This is the follow-up from your pre-session that you talked about, lots of the kind of smaller things that you discussed during your retreat. So there are a couple things we didn't get to. We did not finish the conversation about the tech policy advisory board, nor the sustainability advisory board, kind of some direction there. We did not finish the operating agreements that just ran out of time, and the same thing with the email. So we're going to go through those pieces, as well as give you a little preview on how we're going to work the pre-session process, and a little information about ballots, just so that you have all the right info. So, all right. Well, this is what I just said. Okay. So first off, let's talk about the proposed board and commission alignment and liaison roles. So first of all, we're going to start with Sustainability Advisory Board. Council was interested in having some discussion around role clarification for the SAB. At this point, remember, the rest of your boards that you gave direction on, they're out getting feedback from those boards, and they'll bring those back to you in a couple of months once they've all had a chance to meet. The Sustainability Advisory Board, though, is kind of on hold until you're able to give them a little bit more direction. So there's two questions for you today on this particular section. First of all, what do you see as the role and the structure of the SAB, so that they can consider whatever direction you'd like to go and get you some feedback. But then secondly, and this really applies to all boards, including the proposed tech policy advisory board, but is there an appetite from the City Council to want to hear from the boards what they'd like to work on? Or do you really want for the boards to stick with what you give them to work on? So I know this was back and forth, and we've gotten different kinds of feedback from different council members. So those are the two questions for this discussion. Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Okay. Oh, and we already have some names in the queue. Yeah, as we start looking at, and I know that there had been some discussion around, letting the boards kind of pick what they want to focus on, and we go from there. But I do want to caution us, especially as we, as we move forward, the goals and objectives that we set, these are going to be ours. I knew when you all first got on council, it was like, well, these goals aren't really, you don't have ownership in them quite yet because you haven't sat through a retreat with us. And so, that buy-in, I felt like, well, maybe the buy-in isn't there. So, just kind of letting people, bring forward ideas and things. But as we set our goals and objectives, we want to be very cognizant that we are prioritizing those and not going for the biggest, shiniest, or most loud thing. And I'm really thinking in regards to, ideas that maybe our boards and commissions maybe come up with and they want to bring, and then, is it something that's deviating us from our priorities? So just think about that as we start this conversation. Councilmember Kalkoffer. Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And as the liaison to the Sustainability Advisory Board, we just had our meeting 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. I can't remember. It was when I was leaving. But there's two things that they are going to be bringing to us to refer. And this is a tricky board because a lot of our topics touch the sustainability, and they are having a hard time understanding what their roles are and how they fit into the picture of all of the things that we're talking about. And I think that it's in our best interest to give them direction, but also give them some autonomy to say, hey, this is what's coming up on our agendas. Do they have any opinions to help us with any of our thought process? But I leave that up to everybody else because they don't really get the opportunity to provide their feedback until after the fact, and it's too late to do that. and I think that's a waste of some of their time. Just my 2 cents.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I forgot to mention, so we will be doing the two, contributing 2 times per topic. So a Sustainability Advisory Board, that's a topic. So then when we go on to technology, that will be a separate topic. I do want to adhere to those norms as well. And I agree with you. And that's what I'm talking about. So if we know something's coming up and we want that input from them, I don't see that as them kind of leading, I have this idea that the city should do this and let's all explore that. So I think those are different veins. That is very much in line what I was thinking of is for our boards as well, that we present something to them and get that feedback. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be fairly quick. I've appreciated the conversation that we've had on this previously, where we've talked about sustainability being a guiding principle in everything we do. I appreciate the existence of a sustainability advisory board as a statement of our values as a city. I do wonder if, and this is an operational question maybe, if having the board in of itself puts sustainability out on an island rather than integrating it in as a system, kind of systems thinking philosophy with everything that we do. I'm not saying we need to get rid of SAB. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's in my mind, a contrast between actually valuing sustainability versus parking it over here and having one board that works on all of it. I don't know how we solve that. I know it's been suggested that we have SAB members spread out across current boards. I don't know about that idea necessarily, but I think the philosophy of sustainability being integrated is a better ultimate goal than, the last thing I want is for our staff or our boards to have to come up with essentially busy work in order to justify their function. That's not what I want. I'm not saying that's happening on SAB, but it can happen. So that's my only comment on that. I don't necessarily have specific recommendations. And I largely appreciate where Mayor's coming from on the need for our boards within the structure, to operate within our goals that we set as a council. If within that structure, within those priorities, within our action plan that we're going to get to later tonight, a board says, hey, this is within your action plan, this is something we think we can help with, how can we support you in this goal? That would be something I would be interested in entertaining, maybe. Not necessarily chasing squirrels but how do we work cohesively together so that boards are supporting council's action plan and that we're providing that cohesive direction to them. So they do want to bring something forward. I don't want to discourage that necessarily, but I do want to make sure that it's within the parameters that we set ultimately tonight when we adopt the action plan. So that's my thought.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I agree with what I've heard so far. About a year ago, we kind of directed them to go and look at something about adding any more filling stations in the community. And I think that's a good policy thing, aspect that we should be, asking them to look at. Do we need to have more charging stations requirement at different businesses and such might be another to consider. And also when we start to look at just generally how we charge in regards to rates around composting and things like that are good aspects. I think there's an opportunity for the board to go ahead and give their input on things that they think are important. If they have it, whoops. No, I don't know how I did that. I think it must have started.
See, it's hard. It's not that easy.
It's not. I think it's one of those things where they can give some suggestions to council at a retreat, if they have a retreat, of things that might not be on our radar. We have a lot of things that we look at, and I think that would be a good role. And I think if we're talking about the two questions here, sometimes when folks get off target here, like we're talking about sustainability advisory board here, if we deviate from that, or if they do, then we as the council liaison, along with staff, should kind of try to regroup people back to the question. And I think that's probably it. I mean, we as a council member are human. We can say, hey, I like that idea, and be optimistic and upbeat. We got on some of these boards because we were kind of interested in the subject to begin with, not just to fill the slot.
Okay. And Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have, if you look at our chart of priorities currently, we consider sustainability just above core services along with safety and equity. So to Councilor Marzing's point of view, it's really intrinsic and it should be part of everything. And I like your systems approach, and I wonder if Council Member Kalkofer, as the liaison, would be interested in reviewing the council packet every meeting that you have with them and see where they think sustainability relates. You know, and that gives them a little chance, because we have a couple votes usually on things, and also we're, you know, adding to the agenda. Gives them a chance to weigh in on some of the things we're talking about. And then the other aspect with sustainability is we have this portal where we're keeping a lot of data as to how well we're succeeding in different categories. So from that perspective, it's a performance type scenario, which performance cultures are always a little bit stressful. But I would welcome recommendations from sustainability that offer us insights as to how we could affect those metrics in a positive way, which I think they have more knowledge about that in some ways, you know, more deeper dive knowledge than the city council does. So, and as I mentioned, I'm really interested in getting rid of or reducing throwaway plastics, and how can we be more like farmers, where we use everything and we don't throw anything away. I realize that's, you know, pie in the sky, but we could work towards that. So I think this might work. Like, great ideas.
Yes. Oh, go ahead. Yes. Oh, did I not turn? I turned on somebody.
Yeah, you got me.
There you go. I'll keep you on because you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. So when we speak, it's towards the end of the meeting, and normally that's when I tell them what's been discussed. And it's not the previous meeting; it's the previous 2 or 3 meetings, because they only meet once a month. So there's a lot that is discussed at the end, and it feels like when it's the council comment at the end of the meeting, it's hard for them to have the conversation because it's already at the end of the meeting. So one of the things that I might want to propose is changing when council can actually speak, so then that can direct their conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. And thank you for that clarity. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everyone's perspectives on this. As the liaison last year for SAB as well, this was a frequent topic of conversation, especially as we had a new chair as well. The board wanted to engage on topics, and I think that was partly a failure on council to refer enough topics over, and so it was more briefings. In fact, you know, one thing Councilmember Kalkofer probably knows this from his time on TAB, on TAB, the Transportation Board, but they actually identified 2 topics each year, or something like 2 to 3 topics each year for kind of study sessions and work sessions with staff. And I wonder if that kind of a structure would make sense for SAB. I don't recall that formally happening, just more setting like, hey, here are the topics we're going to bring forward, just kind of throughout the year, that it makes sense for the cycle. So I could see that being a way to start to get at the intention of trying to kind of take on some other, kind of elevate some issues to us, but also kind of handle it more of in a methodical way. Mm-hmm. You know, I think there's another role as after we go through our action plan tonight, and I think a few other council members said this, I think we could look at some of the top 3 or 5 that relate to sustainability, or where integrating sustainability would make the effort much more holistic, or at least so that we can think about those elements along in parallel, and basically send those over to SAB at the right times, and figure out kind of when the right time to bring that forward is, or send it over and then staff can figure out kind of what the right timeline would be to reasonably integrate that into the conversation. So I think that would be a way where we genuinely can get proactive feedback on kind of the core priorities and not necessarily go off on too many tangents as well. I do want to take us back in time a little bit of, I wasn't here when the Sustainability Advisory Board was originally created, but across the country when sustainability boards, sustainability committees, resilience boards, sustainability officers, chief sustainability staff were created, that was at a time when sustainability was not being holistically considered in decision making. And I would say arguably it is not consistently in general. And I think in Longmont we are much better about that now than we were. But I think in general, if you look across the country, across the world, it's not consistently factored in as holistically as it probably should be. And so that's where some of this designated board roles, positions were carved out. That said, I do think there are numerous topics that we don't really have an analogous board for, that, having a little bit of a broader lens on some issues might actually still be productive. So I don't want to stifle new ideas. I think this is helpful for keeping us moving towards multiple goals that we have. I think a little bit more clarity of direction from us is probably going to be really helpful on this. And particularly where it can be aligned with our top action items. My personal preference would be to not stifle anything coming out of the board, but maybe try to try to guide the board towards 2 or 3 main focal points of topics they want to explore. For instance, the Transportation Board is exploring roundabouts at the end of the year and kind of how that can integrate more into our transportation system planning. Focus topic will give us some input on that, and we can take it from there.
Mm-hmm. And in front of you all, you have the, this one is 2023 council priorities. I really love this chart, so I do hope that we're going to have something that's laid out, a nice graphic that looks like this. And so I think about even housing for all, transportation, small business, climate action. These are all things within our own structures, things that we touch on every day, that sustainability, there's also a sustainability impact to it. So, as we're talking, so one of the things I do want, I know some of the problems in the past had been members of some boards going to try to give council direction. And that was a problem. And I thought about that for a while, and I'm wondering if it came out of a place of frustration because they weren't hearing enough from us and giving them that guidance. So, wanting to do something but not knowing how, and then going to staff and essentially giving direction. It was like, okay, but if we have, okay, we want sustainability to, how is it working for small business? How is it in the realm of climate action, composting, recycling? We're seeing a lot of problems with the cross-contamination of recycling. So is that something that Sustainability Board can look on? So if we have different categories that they're focusing on and looking into, that could be a means of not giving them busy work, but just giving them a designated task that would really help inform our policy making decisions as these come to us. So we're not just kind of guessing and not tapping into them. The other thing is also really understanding what advisory boards do, where they advise. We might not, and there's been many times where we haven't voted align with the recommendation of the advisory board, and there were many factors why, because that was one piece of the puzzle, but we are also looking at many other factors that weigh in our decision. So having the advisory board understand that we might not always, we'll take it to heart, but we might not always vote in that direction. So kind of having those understandings out there. So, and then you were going to say something.
Mayor, what I think I'm hearing, which might answer both questions, is that both when it comes to SAB and actually all the boards, that you are interested in hearing things that you may be missing or things that you should be considering, but within the boundaries of your priorities. And so once the action plan is complete, we have a brand new graphic and all those great things, that we're sharing that council liaisons are sharing that information, that action plan with the boards, and that the boards can have a couple of topics or something that they're interested in learning more of, and giving you some feedback, but within the realm of either the Longmont indicators, which are already plans that are created, or within this action plan that you're doing. Does that seem like what the council is?
And then
pulling together?
I'll kind of let you kind of think about that. And then if you wanted to kind of weigh in, I know we have people coming in for the second time. Yes, Crystal. Our Councilmember Prieto. Apologies, yes.
Crystal. I'm Crystal too.
Yes.
Yeah, so now it seems like we went from Sustainability Advisory Board into kind of the roles, like what?
It was the second question.
Yep.
But I think, the structure could apply to both, but
Okay.
focusing on the sustainability right now. Yes.
So to your question, Sandy, I think my suggestion would be, I would agree. I think that some boards, all boards, should have the flexibility to bring things to council. I think something I do want to point out to the rest of the council is a lot of things that sometimes board members want to do is administrative, and so it can be done without council, and it can be done in collaboration with staff. I changed a couple things on the Health and Human Services Board, and it never had to come to council. So that was nice. So there's that. So a lot of things could potentially be done through staff. Again, does it align with our priorities? I think that's going to be an important question. Does the majority agree? So we can say, hey, if you want to bring something, a majority of the board has to vote yes to bring it, and then maybe at that point the liaison can bring it to the mayor, and then we go from there.
Would something like that happens administratively, does that then fall on the line of giving staff direction? So it's kind of like a blurred line. I get worried about that.
Yeah,
It can be a little tricky.
It can be a little tricky, and
Because it depends who. Because maybe you brought something and it was there was an alignment, but go ahead.
Yeah, so it is tricky because the boards cannot give operational direction. And so there have been, since I've been here a few times, where Eugene and I have had to go talk to the boards because they were clearly blurring into the line of operations. And so it's tricky and it's delicate because sometimes it may be more of a functional, if I'm looking at what Councilmember Prieto is saying, is it may be how we're holding the meetings or something like that. And so that's different versus saying to the board liaison, I want you to shift direction on this operationally. And so we do have to be careful, and we do spend a fair amount of time checking those issues. Doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, it can become a big issue.
Okay. Great, thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to give better optics on what happened with Transportation Board and Vision Zero. I was part of the Transportation Board that brought Vision Zero forward, but the way that occurred is it was a fourth quarter mention because usually transportation is capital improvement oriented. And we would look at the numbers in the fourth quarter and we just said it's not acceptable to have all these deaths and disabling events in Longmont. And basically, along with sustainability, safety is just above core services. So our staff liaison agreed, said, we would have to bring it to council because it would require a task force, and luckily, council agreed. And I think when it's like that, when it is so strongly in alignment, it's just organic to say, oh yeah, that's a great idea. And I think sustainability could do the same thing in some of, especially if they're reviewing some of the things that we're working on. So just to offer some better perspectives on what council would be looking for in terms of that. Because yeah, I think in the past we've had some individuals come forward with private ideas, but this was a board action. The staff liaison agreed, our council liaison agreed, that was Councilor Yarborough, and when it came to council agreed. So we were all in alignment. And I think that's what works. And some of the other, pet projects maybe don't work as well if they don't fit on our schema.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Cindy, I wanted to speak directly to the point of if it's not in the council action plan, then we don't want to hear it. Because I don't think that's where I am on this, and I'm not sure that's where everyone on council is either. But I'll let them speak for themselves. I think a real service that advisory boards provide is elevating topics that we may not be fully paying attention to or have the bandwidth to at all times. We're creating I expect that we will create a board in the next meeting or when we formally approve the technology policy board that's going to look at issues beyond what's immediately in front of us. And I think that's a real service for us. And I think that same spirit could come from a lot of the other boards, sustainability included. I think where we want to be judicious is that we don't have like wild goose chases here, but that, and I think that's maybe a question I'd pose to staff here in terms, or maybe I would better articulate this as saying, for topics that deviate from the action plan, I kind of like the direction that Councilmember Kalkoffer was saying that SAB was going to come and ask like for a more specific direction on a couple topics for them to explore. That feels like a good back and forth between the board, like a healthy dialogue between boards and council, where we can say, we can put a stop to something that feels truly out of left field, but also say, actually, you know what, that's a great idea. Please keep exploring that. And then there's clear direction as well for staff to follow through on that as well. I think, you know, the transportation board, with the example that I used before on like exploring roundabouts, that is a detailed dive into one strategy that might help implement some of the broader transportation safety strategies. You know, we have roundabouts in the city. That is not a complete departure from how we operate. It's just a question of what types of roundabouts exist, the prioritization, when, in what situations and use cases would we apply them. And so I think that's an opportunity where digging deeper on that is in service of the broader Vision Zero action plan and the broader transportation safety goals, even if that's like a niche topic that the board wants to dig into. And I think that's where I guess staff/council can decide, is this easily integratable into existing guidance and existing direction, or is fresh direction clarifying? So I guess all that to say, like, I personally don't want to discourage or set up a structure where boards can't elevate something to us, but I think to Councilmember Prieto's point, like I think there should be, or maybe it was Mayor Pro Tem as well, but like a majority of the board should say, we want to ask council for support on this, or direction on this, and then we can go from there.
Mayor, I did notice, so if that's the direction that you decided to go towards, is to tell the boards that, yes, if it's something within our priorities, you know, we'd certainly be interested. If it's not necessarily, bringing it through the liaison. So you may remember that there's kind of two pieces to the pre-session work. One was an actual pre-session where you are all suggesting topic to the mayor, but the other one was the last meeting of the month, giving updates on your boards and commissions. So if this is a role that you would like to play as liaisons, that's certainly something too. I mean, we kind of passed the operating agreements, but if it's something that you would like to say, hey, the board wants to do something kind of outside of the council priorities, you know, taking it through their liaison is the right way to bring that back to council to kind of make sure. Council liaison, sorry, not staff liaison, council liaison. Yes. To make sure that the council does want them to spend time, and staff to spend time and energy doing that.
Okay. No, and
that's up to you all.
Okay. No, and I agree.
Just
I just want to make sure that we don't get ourselves in a situation where individual board members who are very excited go straight to staff and start providing direction and, research this topic for me. And
council does not, boards do not direct council. Boards do not direct staff.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. And so there's been some misunderstanding. I've noticed, at least in the time that I've been on council, that there's a different interpretation. So making sure that that is all cleared for everyone who participates as well.
Yeah, I think operationally, what we're watching pretty close now, just because capacity generally, I mean, is the amount of time you spend on the inception of an idea based on how it fits into the overall plan. So one of the things that we're actually doing with staff is we've shifted the process where those things are coming in sooner. And the leadership of all the areas, we're reviewing it to say, does it fit, does it not fit, what's the time requirement? Because what I've seen operationally is people can spend a lot of time on the inception of an idea that actually eats up a lot of capacity that does then impact priority projects that you all have directed. So I think that's the piece on the front end of this, that how much time do you spend on the inception of the idea, or is it an idea before you spend a lot of time on it? And then it comes in, so we can talk about that push and pull from a capacity standpoint.
Yeah, I think that would be really important to have. And I don't know if, I think you may have, when we were working forward on projects or priorities, and then all of a sudden something happens. And it was like, okay, we're all, halt, everything stop. We need to give all of our attention to this, and everything else has to wait. I mean, that's we've seen that happen. I mean, the big one I can think of that's out publicly is COVID, and hopefully, knock on wood, that never happens again. But there are projects, there are things that come our way where we have to do a stop on everything that's happening. And so to not put ourselves in a situation where we're so embedded in this other that it's going to make it really challenging to address a need as it comes up immediately.
Yeah, an example of that a lot of people don't think of that really impacts the entire organization is when we had the issues with youth in our community, youth violence.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And I mean, that was a complete pivot to position public safety, children, all of our social services, planning department, and others in parks in terms of how are we looking at our facilities. So it was a very quick halt. We've got to deal with this situation today based on the external factors, and that's what we refer to now as the disruptors.
The disruptors, that's the word I'm looking for. So, okay. So, Sandy, what do you need as far as for role and structure? What questions do you have on that regard?
So what I have, other than the clarification that, around boards not giving council direction or giving staff direction, but that you're interested in ideas that support the council priorities. And in addition, working with the council liaison on these boards for ideas maybe outside the priorities, who then can bring it back to the council to say, is this something that you want this board to work on? And those ideas really should come as a majority of the board wants to look at it, not just one person necessarily.
Yeah. I think before it comes to us, I would really like that the majority of the board is bought in on this. And it comes to us via the council liaison as opposed to putting the burden on staff.
Right. Yep,
or
definitely.
People working rogue.
And then with respect to SAB, those things apply also to SAB.
Yes.
And it sounded like there's a conscious understanding that you will try to really work on giving them particular things to continue to work through. I think this particular year you do have quite a few because we're relooking, remember, at waste services fees, the composting stuff is coming back. I mean, there's a healthy amount of things that I think you could refer to SAB.
Okay, very good. And then now in regard to all the, because I think everyone spoke twice on SAB.
I just a quick question.
Oh yeah, go ahead. So, did he speak twice? I thought he did. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a very quick question. Would you want, just clarity, would you want those, if they come from the boards, to come through that end of the month update in mayor council comments, or would you want them to come through motions to direct, operationally, just what makes the most sense?
So we have this, there was the council updates. Were we looking to do?
Or whenever those, the mayor council.
The council updates.
Yeah.
That's where I would.
That's right. Councilmember Marsing is correct. So right now, the plan, we'll try it out and see how it goes, is that the first regular session of the month contains the pre-session that are on specialty topics, that kind of thing. And then the last regular session at the end, the mayor and council comments, there's time reserved for all of your board and commission updates. That would be the time that I'm suggesting, but of course it's up to the council.
Okay.
End of each month. By that time, you all should have had a board meeting through the month.
Yeah. The problem with having it, I think for a period we had it at the second, or it was a lot of us didn't meet with our boards
by that time.
Yeah, at that time, yes. And then the time before, it was already outdated information, so it wasn't very helpful. Okay, and then does anyone, now the second is looking at all boards and commissions bringing issues. Is there anything that wasn't addressed that you want to see kind of overarching for all of our boards and commissions? Councilmember McCoy, or Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that that it's all boards are kind of in the same boat as sustainability. If there was all of a sudden some sort of thing that, let's say, planning and zoning had to look at in regards to maybe having a something that we either put on them, or they said, you know, you haven't considered this in your conversation. Would you like us to look that over? For example, the idea of some third party jumping in on our on the Sundance rental housing sort of thing, where they come in and basically build a Ticketmaster sort of situation and buy up units and then do like a re-rental of those units to somebody for double the price. That concerns me, and that might be something that planning and zoning might go, huzzah! This is something that we need to help our friends on council with, because that's kind of in our wheelhouse. So that's just an example, but there's some other things that come up that people, you know, we aren't on our radar, but are on the radar of people who are into parks and recreation and open space, or some other commissioner to Councilmember Paretto's point here, where it's like just maybe a functionality of how to streamline a process that would make it so that people could get their viewings of whatever grant applicant done in a more efficient way. You know, those sort of things we want it to come to us quickly, not wait for a problem to arise and then have us go, you know, sure wish we had listened to that person who was kind of an authority on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, next, yes. Yes, go ahead. I didn't see your name.
I added it very recently. No, comment on general board, like overall boards.
Yes.
So this builds on sustainability, airport last year, P&Z, some of the senior citizen boards things I'm seeing. I think in conversations with board members, I think they would really appreciate when they can get a packet or a presentation in advance. I know that's not always possible, but I think the more that is doable, or even if it's hey, this is a draft presentation, we wanted to include this in the packet, there might be a final presentation that's going to be refined there if it's not sensitive information. Sandy, you and I talked about this with the airport board last year quite a bit, and I think you did a lot of great work in helping pull that together. I saw multiple meetings there with sustainability, and sometimes even on P&Z, where folks just didn't have, they were reacting to the presentation in real time, and so they felt like they were not able to really digest the information to provide adequate feedback or ask thoughtful questions. And so I'd say, like, my preference for, and I think some of us might feel that some way sometimes at council meetings too. I've heard comments from multiple peers here that we're taking in a lot of information, or even the presentations don't always include everything that was in our packet. So I guess where possible, especially for board members who don't see stuff as regularly as we do, I think that would be really valuable to support a more thoughtful discussion and thoughtful reaction. I don't think that's more work inherently. It's just a little bit different organization of work or structure of work to make sure that folks get that at least a couple days in advance, if not with their main packet when it goes live a week in advance. I think that was the main thing that I wanted to just flag there. Double checking my notes to see if there was anything else. No, I think that was the main thing I wanted to highlight.
Great, thank you. Okay, next item.
Okay, so let's move on to the formation of the Technology Policy Advisory Board. I did not put the whole red line in the slides because I thought that would be a little overkill. So you have that in your packet. We had come up with, kind of a general ordinance for your consideration. And then we also met with the resident group that's been discussing this with you and got their feedback as well. Some of which we were able to incorporate, not all of what we were able to incorporate, and I'll explain why here in just a minute. We also received some feedback from Councilmember Popkin and from Councilmember Marsing. Councilmember Chris sent me some today, but it wasn't included in your packet, so we can certainly discuss that as part of this today. So just in general, though, the other thing I would mention is that we have not included legal at all. So if you give us general direction, then we will, no offense. But we really wanted to make sure that we were getting direction from the council before we took it to the attorneys to make sure that everything was good legally. So I just wanted to point that out, that we're looking for direction, and then we'll make sure it has a legal review. So we put in those red lines. There are a couple things. What I've put up here is the feedback from the interested residents when we met with them, was that the board was able to view proposed contracts prior to signature. After consultation with legal and our purchasing manager, that's really not able to happen. First of all, it really gets into the operational nature of what's happening. But more specifically, we have a very private process because these are businesses that are giving us, in many cases, proprietary information. Once the contract is signed, it does become public, and so those are things that we can share. But Councilmember Popkin thought about, and I also checked this out with our purchasing manager, that when we put things out to RFP, where we're saying, hey, we're about to procure this kind of technology, that's absolutely something that we could include during board meetings if that was something that was part of the purview of the tech policy board. Just to be able to see, hey, this is the type of thing we're looking for. We did include RFIs, which are requests for information. I just want to be clear that that is not part of a purchasing process. That doesn't mean we intend to award based on the RFIs. We're just kind of putting out some feelers to see what's out there. But when it's an RFP or an RFQ, which is request for quotes or proposals, those are things that we have money backed to it that we're moving forward. So that's kind of the compromise that we're suggesting in the ordinance. We do want the feedback from the interested residents included that they'd like to see diversity on the board, not just diversity in tech experience, but also lived experiences, because one of the things that they pointed out, which I thought was really, really insightful, is that the city is picking technology which sometimes helps residents and sometimes it's unclear who it's helping. And so to make sure that we had a diversity on the board that really could represent various views. It is why we included a youth council member as an ex officio member. All boards and commissions must be made up of registered voters, but we thought if we were able to put a youth person on there that couldn't vote necessarily but could offer a perspective, that might be helpful, especially since that was a direction from the council around involving youth. They also mentioned making sure that we're not just talking about tech, but also ethics, social impact, who is the beneficiary, what's that total cost of ownership, and what exactly are we trying to do with this tech. And then they really did want to be able to bring emerging technologies and emerging thoughts back to the council. So when I told them that was part of the discussion, the residents really urged you to take that kind of feedback, particularly as it comes to emerging technology. So you all have the red line in front of you. I have it in front of me too. So I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to take it out right now, but I do think that I'd like us to monitor the section there under composition terms of members and quorum in your regards to the youth council. It's not because I'm against it. It's because I want to see. I know high school students. I've been a high school teacher for 27 years, and I know that with high school kids that are actively involved in things like youth council and stuff like that, they're probably the most active students around. And I'm concerned because students have sporting events and activities like this that sometimes conflict with this. I just want to make sure that we're actually getting somebody there to actually attend and finding that they're actually there. And it might be something that we revisit in 2 years or some sort of thing like that, just because if it's just kind of in name only, I think it might be better to, if it's a predominantly youth-focused sort of issue around technology, then maybe if in 2 years it hasn't worked out as well, we can always refer those situations to the Youth Advisory Board for their opinions on this. But I'm not suggesting taking it out now. I just know that kids are incredibly busy. There's club sports. There's lessons like piano lessons and the orchestra events and the band events and all the other things that go along with high school. And so I just know kids, what will fall will be this. And I just don't want, if it's going to be consistently that way, I would prefer us to look at it in a different sort of light in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I had one addition that I wanted to make. We had added A4, and I would like to consider adding an A5, and this is section, it's on page 8 of the packet, section 2.xx.050, which has to do with powers and duties. Thank you. I had that written on a different sheet here. Saying, let's add data centers to, and staff has this verbiage, so I'll just read what I sent them. Data centers assess demands on city resources and infrastructure, impacts to business, residential areas, and environment. Offer guidelines as to size and scope and risk versus reward on potential opportunities looking forward and on opportunities that present themselves. Since that time, I've been having a quick discussion with Kelly Sage of LADP, and she said it was okay, and I think it's important to read her brief response to it, which is today, LADP's executive board discussed the new data center ordinance. Although many business people understand the difference between hyperscale 100 megawatt plus data centers, most do not. Any notice or story containing anti-data center language can and will be misinterpreted, leading many to think Longmont has closed its doors to all data centers. This town's major businesses supply these hyperscale data centers, for example, Seagate and Micron, etc. I am hopeful that any stories written about this topic will be very clear that Longmont is indeed open to business for data centers and their supply chain. So I just think this is something that maybe we should send to the new technology board to give us a little bit better idea of what each opportunity brings to Longmont, and that includes, risks or impacts to environment as well. So I would move that we add a section A5 regarding data centers as I've written. Can I have a second?
Well, we don't.
Oh, that's right. We're in a study session.
So we're not. Yeah, I mean,
it
she'll
was
take
okay
feedback.
To get general direction. Yeah,
like if a
that is
yay
what
or
we're
nay
looking
or
for, so.
Okay,
yeah.
so
I thought I read something on data centers, but it might be data retention is what I read.
Yeah.
Data retention. Yep.
I think we'd rather know is that something you'd like us to pursue or not, maybe.
Okay. Oh, here, I'm going to go ahead and throw it out. Yeah, well, I'm thinking, I'm processing right now. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll speak first. Councilmember Christ, I appreciate you bringing this up because I think it's one as someone who's brought the data center issue up to council through in April, and how we manage and regulate and what we're open to. I think that's a very live conversation right now, and I appreciate that feedback. I'm looking forward to sharing kind of our intention and the distinctions at the LADP meeting next week as well. To your point, however, I do want to say, I think you touch on the right issues with data centers. I don't think the Technology Policy Board is the right place for that, and I'll tell you why. I think the issues you accurately referenced were economic development, sustainability, land use, overall planning. I think we have multiple boards that hit those issues, from the ones that you referenced, LADP, from an economic development standpoint. We have, which I know is not technically an advisory board for us, but a different regional board. We have Sustainability Advisory Board, as we just talked about. We have a Planning and Zoning Board. We have multiple other, yeah. And so like, I think that covers a lot of those issues, which is really the issue with any type of new use. In this case, when I read the intention of the Technology Policy Board, it's particularly focused on policy matters related to the city's use of technology, data governance, and privacy. That's in section, I mean, that's in actually just section 2, not even 2A, that kind of oversee that. So when I suggested adding autonomous vehicles, it's because I do believe that we should be thinking beyond just public safety technology. Autonomous vehicles are a technology the city might or may consider using. Already cities are facing autonomous vehicle issues. That probably is a crossover with the Transportation Board too. But the use of technology, the privacy matters there, what data is collected from autonomous vehicles, and how the city may or may not choose to use those vehicles, I think does integrate into the purpose of this board at its origin. I would discourage us from putting data centers into this because I think the issues are land use planning, sustainability, and economic development related. That's all I'll say on that. Happy to continue the discussion on there. Additionally, so I wanted to also elaborate on what Sandy shared on the procurement context, because this is a space I live in professionally on procurement and work with cities on for sustainability issues, for energy issues. And what I have seen professionally is that procurement is actually a real underutilized opportunity to help implement goals and to kind of serve as a check on the process up front, a proactive step here. And so for folks who don't live in the procurement space, an RFI is a request for information. That is not a situation where you would commit to a contract, but is a situation where you're soliciting, actively saying, hey, we're interested in this topic and want to know from the market, from industry providers, the types of things that are out there. The City of Oakland did a really interesting, and this is what prompted me to add this in here. City of Oakland put out a request for information, an RFI on AI use case pilots for the city. I don't necessarily agree with everything they came up with, but they went out and tried to get market information and industry-provided information, specifically on in a non-committal basis, to understand, hey, what technologies should we be thinking about, and how does that relate? That's the spirit behind kind of this biennial, which is every 2 years, in case you...
A minute 30.
Thank you. A biennial RFI, so that the Technology Policy Advisory Board could say, hey, well, this is a technology we're starting to hear about or we want to get ahead of. We want to see what the market wants to tell us right now about this and go through that. And that is a proactive step to get ahead of those. That is an area where I want the board's direct insight into what should we be looking at. The other types of procurements are more on qualifications and actual pricing and proposals. That's an RFQ, request for qualifications, an RFP, request for proposal or pricing, depending on how you define that. What I think it's really interesting here is it's a mechanism, frankly, I propose and I think I'm excited to test out here. And I want to be clear that the proposal here was at city staff's discretion to bring RFQs and RFPs to this board, which I think creates an unusual or a unique dynamic that we haven't necessarily seen between board and staff, where we're actually empowering staff to say, hey, if you think it's valuable, thank you, Sean, to get feedback on this from this group of volunteers, go for it. If you don't think it's relevant or germane, then don't. I think that also creates a working dynamic of trust building between the board and staff in a way where we were trying to deal with some of those issues in other ways. And so I'm excited to see kind of what dynamics that can establish, where if the board earns staff's trust there, they can then have more opportunities to dig into things because they'll see that value materialize in real time. I think I'm about to hit time on my first time speaking.
Yes, that is time.
And so I will pause there.
Okay,
and I'll come up with other things later.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be fairly quick. Ditto, Councilmember Popkin, i.e. The data center section. I appreciate the thought, Councilmember Christ, I really do, especially getting LADP's feedback on the general ordinance. I think is valuable. For me, my concern is when you start talking about data center policy generally, you start creeping into, as Councilmember Popkin said, land use issues, LPC issues, things that I think are beyond the scope where you get into mission creep for this board. I think this board is already empowered in a number of ways to do things that boards are not empowered to do generally, and I'll get to one of those in a second. I also wanted to hit on the procurement piece as well, because I've heard that publicly. We had some folks mention that tonight. I am fully in support of this board being advisory, of this board engaging, and this board having the chance to offer feedback to council, advice to council, giving one advisory board the ability to fundamentally change our procurement process is not a workable or appropriate structure for municipal government. And that is really, I got to hold the line on that. Council doesn't line edit. Council doesn't negotiate. Elected folks do not approve our contracts. Those are done administratively. Creating a board that would have more control over our procurement process would be a major distortion of how the city's supposed to function. And from my perspective, we see at the federal level every day when appointed officials or elected officials get to pick and choose winners in procurement at the federal level. That is the last thing that I want to see happen at the city level. So,
point of clarification. Okay, yes. Hold on to you. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick point of clarification, not debate. Just wanted to note, procurement relates to contracting, but there's the upfront side of procurement, which sets the terms.
Yeah.
And then there's the contracting side, which sets the contract. And I think you're kind of referring to a little bit of both, but more the latter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So just that piece generally. And then I did have one additional little edit, and that was that I wanted to add section .030, the section 2 XX.030. That refers to the opportunity for the board to go into closed session. I would like that to be directed by the Office of the City Attorney or in some capacity by staff, not at the board's discretion to say we want to go into closed session over this topic or we want to do, and I'm wondering what the thought is. Oh, Eugene. Yeah.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I did see that. I mean, it would be per the open meetings law.
Okay, and I wanted to make sure, and I imagine that would happen in the legal review as we would clarify that specific piece. Okay, because the last thing, I don't want to see the board picking and choosing closed sessions. And then, Councilmember Prieto, I don't mean to make you angry as you get up and walk away right now. You could. I want to talk about the youth advisory ex officio member. I want youth engagement desperately in our processes. I think we absolutely heard that loud and clear. I think the goal of youth engagement is really, really good. I do not believe this is the place for it. I appreciated Mayor Pro Tem's thoughts. I actually do want to see that pulled out of the draft. And the reason for that, fundamentally, there are two things. Number one, we're dealing with a first for this board. We're asking this board to be CJIS certified, which is something we are not CJIS certified. That would be entirely new. My understanding or my belief would be that it would not be possible, most likely, for a youth member to be CJIS certified, meaning we would be essentially cutting out this ex officio advisory member from a number of the substantive conversations that the board would be dealing with. Also, I think it runs counter to ultimately what my intent was, I won't speak for anybody up here, with the board generally, which was the need to have professional, well-placed expertise on technology matters way above my ability to understand in scope or sequence. And I know, being a high school teacher, there are kids that have that. I know that many of them may be on our youth council. What I do not want to see happen is that individual youth member being cut out of conversation because of the CJIS issue being necessarily, that's so sweet. Just in time for her to come be mad at me.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, we can, I imagine, have the conversation, but I would like to see that get removed. And I want us to find as many opportunities as we can on other boards and commissions potentially for youth members, not this one.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess, so Sandy, would that then be with CJIS, having to be CJIS certified, would that create a problem with having that youth person there?
Yeah, I
Go
don't
ahead.
believe they could be CJIS
No.
certified, but we also wouldn't probably discuss CJIS things in an open session either. So I could see both sides of that.
Both sides, okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to get
But
clarification
yeah,
on
I don't
on
believe
that.
that they'd be, old enough to actually pass the background checks
Oh,
in
yeah.
the same way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also did want to clarify that you can give the city manager direction tonight because it's a study session. So feel
Okay.
free to make motions, give me thumbs up.
We could
and
do
down.
thumbs
We'll
up
be
or
looking
down,
for
okay.
fours and-
We don't,
and
but
that
we
kind
don't
of
have to
stuff.
do formal
Correct.
votes.
Right.
We can do, yeah, we can, but.
But you can.
We
Yeah,
can.
but you can.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want
I
to
may
stop you.
push you if I'm not clear to say, okay, I need a vote.
A vote, okay.
But if it's clear that where the majority of council sits, then
Okay, just let me know.
Yep.
Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Popkin and Councilor Marsing, for a point of view that differs from myself. I agree that this idea of data centers does impact LADP, does impact, land use, so planning and zoning. But the reason why I'm interested in having this embedded in the technology board is that one of the pieces that's missing, it's almost like a little Frankenstein baby where you have pieces everywhere. But we don't have anyone that's talking to the technological aspects of it, and what does it mean? What is a data center? What does, how much electricity does it use? What other resources does it use? That type of thing. And one of the reasons to have it embedded into the ordinance is so that the board can get to studying on it. This is kind of a big topic. It's not something we can, with sustainability, we can refer it to them a little bit easier because they're looking at environmental. But actually think they would be informed by the technology board saying, here's what they're going to use, and here's what, how do I say it? Here's what environmentally, sensitive things come out of those data centers. And then they can say, well, here's what we've learned about those types of products or byproducts. So I think, I'm not saying we don't keep it at planning and zoning or LADP, because all these are important factors, but I just think the technological portion needs to start there, and we need to have a better idea when we're talking guardrails and what have you, what all is involved. And I found myself asking staff a lot of questions. And so I think this is one place where staff could come to a board and just lay it all on them and let them parcel it out to people who have a little more knowledge of what they're talking about. I'm asking, well, how much is 100 megawatts? And what does that mean? And compare that to other businesses and who uses that much water and XYZ. So trying to coordinate that portion all in one board that other boards can talk about later.
Okay, so I think maybe this is one that we might want to take a vote on, just because I'm hearing a couple of different perspectives. So,
well, and I think I'm going to have to jump in and talk operationally.
Yes.
We may not be able to have that conversation with the board.
Okay.
Because in some of these cases, if it's in the let's say it's in an economic development world, they don't allow us to they're pretty limited in terms of when we're working with someone who we can talk to. And then that's why we actually just go into executive session with the council. So we don't even talk to the Longmont Economic Development Partnership about things like that. So there's other limitations that will come into play in this.
Yeah. No, and I've seen that even on Platte River Power Authority. So we've had discussions around data centers and looking at capacity and what do we have as a utility to navigate data. And I'm learning a lot, but again, it touches so many things, and I don't know, I'm not ready to have it be on this board, and it sounds like operationally we couldn't have that anyways at this time.
It depends. I just wanted it to be very clear, there may be times where we can't do that.
Okay, yeah.
And so I didn't want council to move and then we don't talk about something and people get frustrated because we don't. Those are limitations that will be placed on us as part of the conversation.
And I do have a question for you before I continue on down the queue. For the autonomous vehicles, it seems like there's something from, like that kind of goes, like what is the state going to do, and are we ready for that right now?
So that's an interesting question, because right now you have Federal Highway Administration that's engaging in that. You have state transportation administrations that are working in that. So you could theoretically, I know they're testing long haul trucking right now, and
I heard about that.
Those types, and in that case, we'll be beholden to what the federal government and the state government says. And that's on the private side of the regulation, so that's different. Now, if we're looking at an automated trash truck, that's a different question. But in terms of, the private, I use it because there's too many moving pieces to that.
there are,
That's where the nuance starts getting in, because there may be some areas that we just don't have the jurisdiction. And
I just
so,
feel like it's
yeah.
premature if we could put a pin on this one for now. I would not support it, adding it at this time. Thanks for that. Councilmember Prieto.
Okay, sorry, I was typing. I agree that it should probably be with another board, maybe, Diane. I think it's a wonderful question, and I was just having a conversation about it. Is like, what's considered a data center? What are the different types? Like, how are we creating barriers to maybe some, economic opportunities versus compared to the big data centers? And so I could see it in another board. I'm all for it in another board. I'm not sure this board. And then just the response around the concern regarding youth council. I'm going to fight back on that one a little bit. And I think, and it's not necessarily this board, so having youth council serve on any board allows them to gain real experience, especially with many of them graduating high school and going into the job market. So this is important for our youth right now. We don't have many internship opportunities for our youth to gain this type of experience, and many of our youth are gaining like cybersecurity degrees and certificates through St. Vrain Valley School District, which they're way more knowledgeable than we are up here, many of us, when it comes to like technology and cybersecurity. I think we could give them the opportunity. Also, we have a very diverse group of youth who serve on youth council, and many of them would never have this opportunity without this entry. So I just want to point that out as well. It also allows them to be proactive in city government, report back to their fellow youth council members, and equips them to be future leaders. I can't think of a program at this moment that equips young people to take a proactive approach in city government and, state or even national. And so to me, this is a huge opportunity for them to put on their resume, to get entry into college, to gain real experience, and to be able to effectively serve on our boards once they turn 18, or even encourage others. So I get the concern, but our youth are very equipped and able to do this. And not only in our tech board, but our Housing and Human Services board and our sustainability board, our airport board, we don't have an airport board, but whatever kind of function that's going to turn into. Yeah. So I'm going to push back a little bit and kind of advocate for our youth. And before we make decisions, if the consensus is most of us are concerned, I say we give it back to our youth like we do to many of our boards to gain their feedback on it.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Quickly on the youth rep, I would say I agree with both of you. And here's what I'll say quickly. I think I lean towards Councilmember Prieto here, recognizing the concerns that Councilmember Marsing raised. I think this is a situation where it's not going to be a perfect situation, but having someone there, they might be excluded from some conversations because they won't be CJIS certified, and that's the Criminal Justice Information Services for people who don't remember those acronyms regularly. And that just might be the imperfect nature of this, but I think that's probably a better opportunity to have them partially involved than not at all. Or for us to just separately refer certain issues to youth council. That's where I'd lean, and we accept that that's going to be an imperfect arrangement. That's my preference on that. On the autonomous vehicles, Mayor, I couldn't disagree more with you on that. I want to, however, I want to draw our attention to the fact that the whole section 2 here is the board shall have the following duties to develop and recommend to City Council a technology governance policy framework as may be directed by City Council. So it's saying what menu is within the realm that we can order. It's not saying they have to touch on this if it's not relevant. There will be some aspects of this that are going to be superseded by federal and state policy on this. But there's going to be other aspects that are going to directly relate to us. This is already happening to cities and in cities. These technologies are already happening in bigger cities right now, but as close as Denver. And I'm sure it's not far away from hitting smaller and medium-sized cities. So I don't know why we wouldn't at least include this as an option now and say, like, hey, we want folks, maybe this is an area where the board says, hey, we want to do an RFI on autonomous vehicles and figure out who's providing what where and how cities are handling this. Again, we don't have to, it doesn't inherently mean they come up with a policy at this time on that, or that we have to go deep on that. They might even not want to touch it for a year, and that's fine too. It's just saying this is what's within the scope. I think we'd be doing ourselves a disservice if we limit it just to data rights and privacy, just to AI, and just to camera technology. And I want to show that this can be used for slightly broader purposes. Autonomous vehicles are a fundamentally different class of technology, and we haven't really seen that. And we haven't in Longmont, but that is driving literally and figuratively around San Francisco, Los Angeles, Austin, other major cities. So I think that's an important thing to include, and I would strongly encourage us to include it in the tech policy advisory portion, not just tab.
Yeah. Not just oh, yeah. No, and it does also say to advise city council on emerging technologies. So,
Correct.
that could also be embedded as well. It doesn't mean to put a whole stop on it,
Correct.
but not have it be a priority.
And we can decide what is truly a directional priority ultimately with board input. That's the whole point of this. But I think I did intentionally want to call this out because it's something that is happening to cities, and it can be and it can be proactive or reactive. What's my time on this? Really? Okay, thank you. On the procurement context, I just wanted to reinforce what Councilmember Marsing was saying. This is an advisory board, not an oversight board, but the procurement piece, for those who don't live in this space, helps set the terms and early considerations from the beginning. And that's, I think, the best place for us to do this right. Take a proactive approach to looking at new technologies and what we might be contracting for or even soliciting for, and not a reactive approach. This is actually a really powerful opportunity if it is used well. Lastly, I just have a few nitpicks that I wanted to flag here. Section 2.2b, I'm wondering if it should be including but not limited to, not just including. If that is non-exhaustive, I'm fine with that. I did want to specifically call attention to section 2.2b, where was it? The conflict of interest piece of this, where I just want to make sure that it's an and, not an or. For the types of conflicts, I don't want people to get one conflict and be excluded from another one. So I wanted to take a look at that language. I appreciate the perspective, Sandy, that you shared on the diversity of who's there. I actually think it's would be stronger if we didn't have that. And I'll explain why very briefly. I think we should apply a diverse approach to who we appoint to our boards for every single board we have. I don't think it should be called out for any one particular board. And so I think it's a disservice to specifically call this out here when that should be how we approach all of our boards. If you all want to include that, I'm not going to fight you too hard, but I'd personally rather delete that last sentence in 2.2b, or 2.02b. I'd also love, we have audio detection. I'd love to add audio detection and recording specifically. And then I think that about does it on my end. How'd I do?
You're done. You're done. I'm turning you off. Okay. Okay, there are two things I am going to ask that we give a thumbs up on, and I'll call you guys first. But the youth rep and the autonomous vehicles, if there's anything else that you heard that, you know what, we really need to give specific direction. Oh, and the data center one. Yes. Thank you. Separately, yes. And council member, no, Marcy, it's all three or none. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, I think, a question through the chair per our rules of procedure, but a question for Councilmember Prieto. As the liaison, I'm genuinely curious. Has the youth council been informed that this is a thing that exists, and have we gotten any feedback from them on their ability to fill this ex officio role? Is there somebody in the youth council that's super excited about this? Like, either for staff, do we know, or Has this been brought to them at all?
Councilmember Marsing, I don't know that particular answer. I
Yeah.
would just note that I think you all are assuming that it's a member of the youth council. It's appointed by the youth council.
So it could be any,
It could be
any youth.
any youth.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that
Thank
was
you.
clear.
Good. Thank you. Good clarification.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and that could be done through the Carrie Adams, their leadership, Silver Creek leadership.
Yeah.
They could be done through the Innovation Center. So there are a lot of opportunities to recruit
Yeah.
for that role. Council member,
Yeah,
Go ahead, add on,
that
add
was
on.
my question, because I think
Yes.
it's going to frame. I totally appreciate your answer to the question. I think it's a great point about adding to resume, about engaging. I still am a little worried that it creates kind of a token youth member, that if we don't have it as the standard across all of our boards at this point, and there's this one, teenage kid among all these, and having been that teenage kid once upon a time who was involved in these spaces, who didn't necessarily get the same kinds of input and feedback, or that's not where I'd want to put this position or a student in this position. So I'm curious about if youth council's aware, and then if not, that's okay. But I'm still a little worried about kind of creating a token youth that isn't actually involved in the work of the board.
okay. Did you want to respond to that, council member? Go ahead. I'm gonna bump
Just
her up.
quickly, it was their idea.
Okay.
Yeah, to serve on boards.
On this board specifically?
Not this board specifically, but on
It's a
boards.
start.
And so, just like there's a whole flavor of people in council and in the audience, there's a flavor of students on youth council, some who are more techie than others. And so, we would put that out to them and go from there. But first, we're kind of getting direction, because we don't want to get anybody excited and then us say, oh, sorry, council said no.
Okay, so, so on the youth council, is anyone else going to speak on the youth council piece? Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer, and then we're going to give a quick thumbs up or down.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quickly, I think it would be better if we involve the youth council through study sessions from the technology board, where the technology board invites the youth council to one of their working sessions for their opinion. I think it creates a lot of red tape when it comes to certifications, and I do want their opinion, but I think it would be helpful. TAB does study sessions all the time, and I think it would be more appropriate for the Tech Advisory Board to invite the youth in once or twice a year.
I know. I'll let you speak then before we do the other two. Okay, good. Just a quick thumbs up on the youth council. If we want or a youth appointed by the youth council on this board, give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. We don't need a formal vote. Do you want a formal? No. Okay, so thumbs up or thumbs down. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You just need 4. So, and then the next one, the autonomous vehicle. Go ahead, Councilmember Christ. I know you wanted to respond.
Well, I want to thank Councillor Popkin, because I think he was making the same argument for the autonomous vehicle that I was making for the data center. And so I think, to the mayor's comment, it should either be both or none. But I also want to point out that it kind of impacts this third bullet, which is they're asking, interested residents are saying that it include ethics, social impact, who's the beneficiary, what's the total cost of ownership, and risks of emerging technology, which is what I want them to assess with data centers. And I think you're saying that you also want to see that with autonomous vehicles. I think the reason to have it in there is to just give automatic direction that these are topics we're going to have you speak on. So get studying on it now. But other than that, I do think the other paragraph handles emerging technologies. But they may be sitting there thinking, well, and they may not have consensus as to where to start. So I think we either do them both or we do neither of them.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just because, in my opinion, just because it's using technology doesn't mean it should be in a technology board. For me, I think we're adding too many cooks in the kitchen by doing this, because sustainability for sure is going to be talking about, you know, if this were to ever come to us, you know, the water board would also bring it up, and PRPA would also bring this up. So I'm nervous that we create too much red tape and make it more difficult to be business friendly by doing this. And I think that if we can make it less laborious with less boards, because it is going to be brought up a lot.
I like that mix of words
So
there.
I'm not in support of adding data centers to this, just because I think it's solves more of this.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
I wanted to just ask a clarification on process. This is, I've spoken twice on like this
I know,
broad board,
this
but we
is-
have so many topics
We have
within
so
this.
many. This is going to be a hard one.
If you
This
don't
one
mind, I'll
is
be
a hard
brief on
one.
this, but I just
I was
wanted to
going to
speak-
try to split it out
Yeah.
between feedback on interested residents and then the actual redlined addition. And I'm like, no.
Anyway, if
So,
you're able to
yeah,
brief
that's
comment on
fine.
this,
Go ahead.
I think Councilmember Christ, I understand where you're coming from on this. I do think they're fundamentally different because one involves more of a land use and facility, and one involves how we use technology as a city and community, and how that technology interacts with us on a daily basis. And I think those are fundamentally different questions to grapple with, from an ethics, from an operations standpoint, from a licensing and rules, and how technology integrates
yeah.
into how we use the autonomous vehicles. So I would prefer if we separated out the vote on this.
We'll separate them out. I'm going to separate them out.
Thank you.
But yeah, so we're going to go ahead, and I have staff cueing me, thumbs up or down. So I know. So for autonomous vehicles, adding that in the language right now. Okay, so that is 5-2. Okay, that's going to be added. And then data center. Okay, I'm doing no for both. Like we got too many people arguing. I'm like, okay. So now, what else do you need in regard to this particular board?
I think the only other one that I caught was the city council, the diverse board comment. So on 2.xx.020B, the last line, Councilmember Popkins said we should remove.
Does anyone
Is
have
that okay with
passionate
everyone?
feelings about keeping that word diverse in there? There is
think he suggested we strike
language.
the whole-
There's language afterwards that that explains what the intent was. So.
Can I just
Go ahead,
Can I just
yes.
clarify? So just to direct people, it's on page 1 of this. It's section 2, XX.020B, and to be clear, it was not an opposition to a diverse board.
No,
I
it
think the
says
last
it
sentence
on there, yes.
I think the
It
whole
is
last sentence is actually
reiterated.
redundant with how we
Yes.
should actually operate and how we should appoint people and think about this. If we want to be performative and say it, we can, but then I think it calls into the question of why don't we say this for every single board that we have? So that would be my preference there. I mean, we should be considering a range of subjects. We should be considering a range of lived experiences, professional experiences, collective experiences.
Yeah.
I would say we could do that in
That's-
general.
Yeah,
So
no,
that-
we got it. So thank you. Does anyone have strong feelings about it? To get rid, I mean, it is redundant language, the diverse. So are you good with removing the word
Everyone
diverse?
okay getting rid of it?
Okay.
All right.
So, okay,
Good
yeah,
enough.
the majority, good enough.
Thanks, Mayor. So I think that's it for this
Okay.
one. We'll run it through legal next and
then-
bring it back as an actual ordinance for you to consider
Okay.
in a regular meeting.
Okay.
I have to say, after meeting with the interested residents in this, I believe I'm the staff liaison for this board, and I'm
Okay.
super excited. I loved the conversation.
good.
It's totally my wheelhouse, and
Wonderful,
I'm excited.
thank you.
Yeah.
There couldn't be a better person for that. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, we are
Now.
on to operating agreements. Okay, so you may remember
Hey,
that.
Sandy, let me kind of say why she's the right one, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Because what we've seen just from, I think, over time from a technology perspective, we've actually been evolving internally to where departments were able to really do their own technology, but then we were missing operational efficiencies, and so we're creating a technology fund as part of the budget So we're bringing it all together. So we're actually operationally doing something similar to try to make sure that we're not missing opportunities in buying multiple pieces of software that does the same thing. So that's why she fits, because all of that is under her now.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Yes. Oh, point of order? Point of order.
Parliamentary procedure here. So just because we're in a study session, we're not voting on the creation of the board yet. You're now taking these edits, going to bring the board back as a formal ordinance to actually create. And do we have a sense
And then we'll
of...
vote on moving forward with
Right.
it.
Thank you. And do we have a sense of when that's going to come back to us?
That's good. Well, it's going to need legal review, so I would say probably a month or 6 weeks, something like that.
Who's the one it goes to?
I've been considering this a zero reading. So
Yeah,
when
fair
you
enough.
see it next, it will come back as a first reading.
For the ordinance.
Yes.
And then we'll be formally voting on first reading and then second reading, and then that
Yes.
becomes created
Yep,
after that
you got
if it passes.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, to be clear, one of the reasons I asked Eugene who it's going to is because that's a capacity question based on the big projects that we're working on.
Yeah.
So, I would say a month.
At least. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
So last time that we met, you all did approve your council liaison operating agreements, but there was a second segment, which was the operating agreements in council meetings. This is the point in the pre-session where we're getting a little hurried, and not everybody felt like they had a chance to really look at it and agree. So
Yeah.
wanted to give that opportunity today.
Okay. And do we have any comments, questions, thoughts? Councilmember Prieto.
For the most part, I agree with the whole document. I think it's fine. I was kind of back and forth about potentially adding in there. I think when a council member goes to speak on an issue, that they speak to the issue and not directly to the person, or maybe their expertise, or don't give like I don't know. Let me see. I'm gonna pick on you, Mayor Pro Tem. Like, say Mayor Pro Tem says, no, I don't want the youth council liaison to be, or the youth council, person to be on the tech board. And I'm like, well, what do you know, Mayor Pro Tem? Like, you don't have kids or something. I don't know.
Like to respond
Like, just
in that.
respond directly.
Yeah.
I think we can say, I think just speak general, as in, I hear the concerns on X, and this is my opinion, because I think it can get blurred pretty quick, and comments can
Yeah.
get personal sometimes. I've noticed, and so let's keep it general. Is what I think would be most
Yeah.
appropriate. But I don't know. It's up to you guys
Yeah.
if you feel
No.
like that's an issue, or
And I think that's a matter of civil discourse and professionalism, like maintaining that.
Yeah.
Like if that's something, if we're going to have these posted somewhere, just maintaining level of professionalism and courtesy.
Speak to the issue and not the person.
Yeah, I like that.
Don came up with it.
Yeah. And I think technically that's the way our, the rules of procedure say for public comment. So when public comments start, like, oh yeah, I don't think we've had too much. Last council, there was, during COVID, we had some. Poor Sandy. She was in the middle of having to read, well, she had to read them to us during COVID.
Yes, we didn't allow public comment at the time, so they had to submit it to us in writing before we figured out the technology, and I had to read their comments to the council.
And some of them were like directed at the mayor at the time. It was pretty bad. But just overall, just like professionalism, civil discourse, that level of decorum. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say along the same lines as Councilmember Pareto. It's this idea that we all come here as elected officials, and we've been vetted by the public, and we all have certain expertise and certain ways of approaching a problem, and we kind of need to do what we hear so often in our professional lives, assume best intent sort of approach, and that a questioning of why somebody wants to do that after they've already laid out why they said it. It's like, do I need to put this in, have two versions of my rationale before I present something? So we need to make sure that we're not doing that to somebody. It comes across as a gotcha and not as truly wanting to see if, if we all have a vote up here. We can all vote against it if we don't like it. And we shouldn't have to clarify it in 3 different ways to explain it to somebody. So just kind of keeping that in the back of our minds as we're approaching things.
Thank you. Councilmember Marston.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate Councilmember Prieto's point. And I just did go double check. We have, one rule that I have noticed, it's in our rules of procedure that we are supposed to direct all conversation to the chair as opposed to individual members, which is a pretty normative thing in legislative bodies, that it's always through the chair and never direct to individual members. We're looser. I get it. But I think that I completely agree with the sentiment that speaking to the issue through the chair, formalizing a tad bit, addressing maybe concerns directly without looking at you and saying, that's a great way to do it. And I appreciate that. I see other lights on, so I'll wait for my second thing because it's an additive piece of this, but I'll come back there.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I have a issue with a couple of these items. I'll start with the easiest one, which is I'm not sure I can do 24 hours in advance with amendments. I think I could probably do 12 hours in advance just because of my work schedule and that I work on other people's computer systems, so I can't log on to the city until I'm on my own time. And I also don't take my city computer with me because that's just not a good look. The other thing is we had talked during the pre-session about side conversations, and I mentioned that sometimes I do have to have side conversations because I'm clarifying what people are saying. And I have a hearing impediment. I think I do a really good job of working around it. But there are some things, and that is, one of them is that I use my eyes to do some of my hearing. And so if I have text in front of me and people are talking, I have to choose. Am I listening, with my eyes, or am I reading? So sometimes I end up on the wrong page, as you experienced recently. I just want a little bit of grace, and sometimes that means a little extra time. If we're going to call for a vote, give me time to read. We've been discussing, and I've been paying strict attention to what people are saying. And I'm sorry, this is emotional for me because this was actually a result of an injury. Just give me that extra beat because I'm a pretty fast reader. And then, let me look, I wrote some notes.
Councilmember Christ,
Yes.
before you move on, one suggestion that we use in other meetings where this has sometimes been an issue is that at any point, people can give a timeout just to stop to make sure everyone's clear about what the motion is. And that would
yes.
give Councilmember Christ that opportunity to be like, whoop.
Yes.
That way it's not a side conversation here or there, you're actually giving it a second.
Stopping and focusing on.
Yeah. Or
on the need.
Not necessarily a timeout, but some sort of
Oh,
signal.
yeah, just like a pause
A
or
pause.
give me, yeah.
Yes, some sort of pause. Just maybe even
yeah.
just saying pause.
Okay.
So that way there's an opportunity for everyone just to take a breath for a second while everyone's caught up. Yeah. Sorry.
To give that time.
Yes. Thanks. Thanks,
I
Harold,
think,
for pointing that out.
and I don't want to forego
something.
or overlook people's needs in the matter of efficiency too. Like we have to be, part of our city goals and part of our philosophy is being compassionate and being accommodating so that everybody can have a seat at the table. And I'm very happy you're here.
Thank you.
So, and I want to do what I can to help make those accommodations. So maybe, with the side conversations,
pause.
maybe it's like,
Pause.
and I think about in past councils as well, it was like, people are talking about their dog or something, it's just something random. And I'm like, I can't hear what's, or joking around. And then it's like, and then I have trouble filtering sounds, and then I get distracted. So I think, having a conversation because you're needing clarification is a whole lot different than, hey, this is what we're going to do this weekend, and we're going to, so that kind of thing. So, yeah, and I do want to be.
And I agree
cognizant
with
of
you.
that.
Those types of side conversations, like background noise,
Yes.
make it more difficult for me to hear what I need to hear. And so the other part of that is I can't always tell if I'm speaking loud enough, if my microphone's working. So sometimes I'll stop in the middle. That doesn't mean I'm done talking.
Okay.
I'm
yeah.
just gauging response. Is anybody listening? Can they hear me? Are they shaking their head or, tapping their ear? That kind of thing.
We can hear you.
What? So my two options are to stop and, assess, or just speak, just scream at people and not stop for anybody. So I think I'm going with the first option, but we can try the second if you want. So anyway, I appreciate you guys. And
Well, no, and it sounds like you've made accommodations for yourself, and I don't want to change that. Like, I think we as a council should adapt and make sure that we, that I'm looking at you, that, and directing.
yeah, because part of the
And
side
being
conversations are when, and people want to speak to staff or to the chamber. And so then you'll notice I look, or that's when I will ask.
Okay.
Did you say A or did you say B?
B, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
No. Well,
Thank you.
for
That's what I had to
sharing.
say.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think, do we need to modify language to reflect that, or?
Yes, Mayor, what I have is that, so under the side conversations, currently it says no side conversations during sessions, especially when video televised. I'm adding a pause can be called for clarification. Under amendment process, I heard a desire for 12 hours instead of 24 hours to receive amendments to the city clerks, if possible. And then a new section labeled professionalism and civil discourse. Speak to the issue through the chair and not the person. Assume the best of intentions.
Okay. Yeah, and then the 12-hour, 24-hour is really, that's what's manageable for you all.
You're sleeping for half.
Yeah.
I think 12 hours would be fine.
Okay. But you just don't want 7 amendments or 7 motions in 12 hours, trial hours prior
No,
to.
I think we
Yeah.
appreciate receiving the written
Yes,
motions. It's very
ahead of
helpful.
time. But yeah, as soon
When
as
they-
you can.
When they come
as
in
soon as you
at
can.
5 o'clock,
Yeah.
I can't promise that we're going to gather them. So
Okay.
having them, in the morning of that day of the meeting, that's
Okay.
very helpful. But I
Okay.
would say if they're coming in after 5 p.m. or something
It's
like
too
that, I
hard.
wouldn't expect us to necessarily have gotten it.
Yeah. Okay.
If that's fair for
Yes.
the council.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
can the city attorney get in on that amendment?
Please, yes.
Thank you.
Smart.
Uh-huh.
I'll add that too.
Yeah. Yeah, to get included on
To
any
get
of those.
included, so I know what amendments are coming.
Yeah.
Great.
Because I was going to say then your hair would go up on ends, but never mind. I take that back. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say, I think Councilmember Chris brought up a good point on just the timing for this. Again, it's a norm. And so I think our goal is to try to get staff as much of a heads up as possible. It also helps with our meeting efficiency when we're not kind of finessing language and trying to massage motions and amendments as much as possible. Again, there will be things that come up, and I think we all have to accept that we're going to navigate certain issues, and this is as good as possible situation, not a hard mandate from what I'm reading. Secondly, building on Councilmember Chris and Sandy's comments on pause or timeout, just wanted to remind folks that in Robert's Rules of Order, there is a point of personal privilege that would, I think, apply, and maybe we can just enumerate that too, which basically serves that same function, and that's already codified in our council rules and procedures. So if you say a point of personal privilege, it's used for basically non-debate purposes again, just of like, hey, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear it, or like, really need to take a break right now for 5 minutes. So like that is a system built into rules, like our rules and procedures already as well. So I just wanted to remind folks that exists. On that same point, when we at the points of order and clarification, if I would suggest we add personal privilege in there as well, just to call attention to it. And I would just also suggest we add not for debate purposes, which is the intention in Robert's Rules of Order as well, but just making sure that we're all agreed on the norms. If I'm saying a point of clarification for Councilman Marsing before, I wasn't trying to debate him. I was just trying to make sure that we were getting the types of procurement and contracting correct when we were referring to that. So that would be my suggestion, just for our own operational clarity. And then,
Yeah, I think, other one would be calling the question, but that's pretty, it's not debatable, but it's pretty straightforward.
I mean, there are a lot of motions. There are a lot of motions in Robert's Rules of Order, but those are the non-debate ones and not used for like other procedural mechanisms. Yes. So yeah, a point of clarification is just to clarify. A point of order is on process. Same with parliamentary procedure is just what's our structure there. So just wanted to remind folks on that. I think that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then we'll go on to the next. Yes.
Perfect. One thing that I would like to add is norms for virtual meetings. I really appreciate that we're flexible when it comes to that. This is one of the first council that everybody works, and a few of us work where work requires us to travel. And it's great to have that flexibility, but it's also a little bit distracting. So I would like us to have a standard background where we're using one background instead of blurring.
Yes,
because
I agree.
it was a little confused. It was a little hard for me to track, especially when I was looking at everybody's screen the entire time.
Okay.
But again, I do appreciate the flexibility of having that because my work does require me to travel, and so does other counselors. So I do appreciate that. So I don't want us to take that away.
Yeah.
But
and so from a chairing perspective, that is tough. And that's why I handed over the time to McCoy, because I was doing the time, I'm taking notes, I'm reading the script, I'm also looking at I have two computer devices here, and navigating all these things, and then the voting, the queue, who came in on Zoom, but who's here, and then keeping track, and then it was insanity back here. So there is a lot, especially when there's more than one person on Zoom at a time. Prior to COVID, prior to Councilmember Martin requiring virtual, we did not. After COVID, we came back and it was all going to be in person. And then we allowed that flexibility. We kind of continued with that, but I am going to be talking with Sandy, and maybe this is something where we have more of an in-depth conversation, but putting some limits on the number of times that council people can take off in a year, because it is really challenging. So we can, and I know like you all have valid, it's not like you're just like kicking back and it's like, I don't feel like going in today. I don't want to get dressed. Looking in that regard. So I do want to put some, make it more formalized process. Did staff have anything they wanted to add to that? And I know we have Dallas and coming in, so there's a whole other technology component that comes with that. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of glad we got here because I was going to mention it potentially. This was my second piece, was the virtual conversation, to your point, because Sandy and I had a conversation earlier today about this, that virtual meetings, and when we come in virtually, it is a lift for staff. And I admire Councilmember Kalkoffer for zooming in at 3:00 in the morning from Austria.
Oh my God, yeah.
I also, it's okay to take a week off, man. It really, it's and that was, the norm is, I think, different, and virtual meetings have been both a benefit in that we can engage, but I think it also can become detrimental when we become over-reliant on that. And I would like, I don't think we're going to go there, but maybe it's a pre-session conversation down the road of do we need to pull back a little bit on kind of the virtual meeting piece, both from a staff capacity perspective and just, try to be here in person if you can be.
Yeah.
Although I do like that it exists for various circumstances.
Reasons.
But
No. I mean, unless we figure out it, we're trying to figure out a way for me to chair virtually, but yeah, I don't. That's good. See, imagine it. Put that thought in your head for a minute. Sit on that. Okay, let's move on to the email management.
Okay, Mayor, this was a mistake on my part during the pre-session to try to ram this one through. So we do have a video if you're interested in rewatching. It's a 6-minute video where Ana Castro is explaining the system that we currently use for your email and how we could extend that and basically open up that system to you. What it would entail is, like right now, you get an email, all of you get the same email at the same exact time. So does Erica, so do I. And we take the ones that are real staff-oriented, we send them to the staff member, and right now, we ask them to copy you on their response. Obviously, their response is not always as fast as your response back to them, so it does kind of create a little bit of a loop. If you decided to use the Qualtrics system, instead of receiving an email, you would receive a link, which then you'd click and see the email. Not only would you see the email that they have sent you, but you'd also see any responses that have already been sent out, responses from other council members. You would be able to see all those things, but you would not get the email directly into your email box anymore. You'd get the link that you have to click to get there. The other piece of that is that if you're interested in just a summary, we can also then send you a summary at the end of every week, every month, whatever you'd like, that says, here are all the emails that you received and here's all the statuses of those emails. So it kind of changes the email system into a work order system. It would require some training from you all and logging into a system instead of just seeing everything on your phone automatically. But again, we could say at the end of the week, here's the summary of all your emails and what happened to all of those. But essentially, that's what the video says. We would provide training. We've not built this system out for you yet. We wanted to get your direction to see if that made sense. And if it does, then we can continue that work and then do some training for council. But it allows you to look at what everybody else is doing with respect to that email without breaking the open meetings laws. So it's completely up to you. To some extent, I mean, I think staff thinks it's working okay the way that it is, but this was a desire from council to stop that weird loop of, you get an email, you send it to Harold, you send it to Harold, everyone sends it to Harold. Harold says, I've already seen this 3 times, and
Well, and just so many of the emails we get are operational. It's not really policy. So understanding our role as council people, where we are policy, and we're not, when we get operationals, oh, there's graffiti, or oh, there's a pothole, and oh, this happened. It's like, because we just forward it on to the appropriate staff anyways. So at least in that regard, if it's going through this data and analytics, we can see that staff has responded, or we could see that it's
been sent to staff for a response.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
right.
not all.
And it is just so you know, when it is operational, Erica and I do in her absence, we send absolutely everyone to the right staff members, and they're supposed to be replying to you all with the answer. But that process takes a little bit of time too.
It does.
And in the
it
meantime,
does.
you've checked your email and you're like, oh, I need to send this to so and so. So
Yes.
yes, you're right on all of those accounts.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think I'm the one that brought this up. I've worked in a lot of companies that had joint mailboxes where everybody had to share one inbox, and we always had a system to make sure that an email was always touched and somebody responded to something. I want to make sure that our residents and our business owners are being responded to, and even if staff is directing it to their appropriate channel, at least for folks in my ward or for items that I'm passionate about, I want them to get a response from one of us saying, hey, we got it. We hear you. We're directing it to the right staff, but that's going to take some time. Some people are expecting responses very quickly. Councilmember Popkin responded to something while we were at the memorial service because a resident was trying to get a hold of me and started to contact all of us. So I would want to make sure that all of our residents at least get a response from one of us. And hopefully they're getting the same responses, because it's also very confusing for a resident if we're saying 6 different things.
Yes, that's one that concerns me. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Just two things. One, I like the idea. I think it's definitely an opportunity to learn a little bit more about our operational process. And so I like the idea of being able to go in and see the responses from the different departments on various questions. It helps me to get more familiar with the systems and be able to answer questions as well. Also, if there's a possibility, so to Councilor Kalkoffer's point, maybe just to put on the, like, just kind of some verbiage around when they go to fill out the contact submission form, that responses may be delayed, and if they're wanting to speak directly with their ward representative or at large, that the suggestion would be message them directly if they're wanting a quicker response. You can always add that verbiage as well, so they know. I can also message my council members directly, or I can use the contact submission form. So maybe put some verbiage around that, and then I'm willing to try it out.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to belabor this one too much because I have split opinions here. I like the idea of tracking and making sure people are responded to, but I want to make sure that if we create a system, it's actually consistently used, because an inconsistent system, I'm not sure, is much better than what we have. I would also, from an efficiency standpoint, Sandy, would it be possible to just send us the video so we can watch it? And like, when I first saw the first part of it, I was like, I want to go back and watch these sections again before I keep going deeper into the system. So from just from a comprehension of like, how is this going to work and how would I operationalize this? Is that something you could just send to us so we could kind of like mull over and like actually digest? That would be my preference, at least. I didn't see it in the council comm, and apologies for not asking in advance.
Absolutely.
And then I have a broader question, which is right now for people to contact us, unless they already have our direct city email, they go through the contact form. Is there a reason it's that and not just here's your here's your ward email? Like if you're in Ward 2, you contact Councilmember Popkin, here's his email. If you
They're both there. Oh, I'm sorry.
They are? I thought.
So if you look under city council
miss that?
members, it's your phone numbers and your individual emails, particularly by ward.
I feel like it wasn't always that. It is? Oh, you have to do the.
It's been there.
Click the email.
But I'm wondering if it's in different.
It's not a live email link, is that what it is?
We should have that in email, that information out on the web, so I'll double check.
Yeah, I'm
make
looking
sure
right now. And,
Councilmember Popkin.
okay.
Yeah.
Then maybe disregard for now.
And-
I am seeing the link to it. It's popping up with the mail to. It's not working on this, but maybe it works separately. I'll check on my phone. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. That was a worthwhile correction there. Thank you. So I guess I'm torn on the system and would welcome the input from the rest of council as we digest what this would actually look like. Could you elaborate a little bit more, Sandy, on what that summary option was that you were alluding to and how that would work?
Yes, absolutely. Mayor Hidalgo Faring and Councilmember Popkin, I think there's a couple things around this. So the system would be all-inclusive. It would be a closed system at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So you would no longer send emails from your email box unless it was somebody who wrote you specifically. If you received something on this system, you'd write them back on the system so that it recorded what it is you said to that resident. And then at the end of the week, month, whatever you'd like to see, what we would do is prepare basically a report, a summary report that says, here's all the emails that you received, here are all the answers that were given, here's who responded, and whether this issue was essentially still open or considered closed.
That would be who responded through the system.
Correct. Who responded through the system. Right, because that's the only way that you would know what each other said without violating open
Yep.
meetings.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that clarification.
And I will double check to make sure your emails are live links on the website.
So when I click on, so it has our names, and it's under Meet Your City Council, and then it has our names and our information, our phone number, and then there's a link that says email. It doesn't show what our email address is. And then like on this particular laptop, I click on it, And then it just takes me to my school work email, and there's nothing that pops up to send an email.
Whatever your
Yeah, and that was the school one, but there's nothing that pops up. So it may not work on all devices. So would it be better to just have our email address just in there, and then people can copy and paste it? Okay, so I looked that for you. Looked that up for you. Oh, you're welcome. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be the thorn in everybody's side. I'm not a huge fan of this for a few different reasons. The meeting I had with Sandy today was a meeting I think all of us are going to go through, which about individual council member outreach, right, and how we as individual members of council want to reach out to the community. I see email as like a fundamental communication tool that we all use. It's probably the primary way that residents reach out to us, the way that we reach out to them. So I don't necessarily see, especially on the operational side, I get it for sure. And I actually like the idea of a system where I can go in and track, hey, did this pothole get filled? Did this person on the operational side? On the policy side, there are going to be emails, and there are emails that we get where we disagree with one another on a policy question, where residents maybe would get, if they asked us something, 7 different answers on a question. And I think part of that is the role of an elected official, is to be able to quickly and efficiently share our thoughts and address the resident concerns or questions. So I don't see emails responding to residents, especially on the policy side, as duplicative at all, really. So I worry that this creates I worry a little bit about that in the effort of trying to not duplicate, we're actually limiting our ability as individual members to effectively communicate with people easily and efficiently. Because I don't really see a huge issue with that as it currently exists on that front. The system, the video that we saw last time, it's a lot of clicks is my remembering of it. It's a lot of stuff to just get to the email respond. Like, it's a big lift that doesn't exist today, where I worry, even if like we all are gung-ho and excited about it, over time it's going to make the barrier, there are days where I'm waking up, I'm not really feeling it, down days. Those days, it's going to make it harder for me to want to get in and really engage because of the length of the process that it takes to get there. So I'm a little worried about that. I personally do try to respond to every resident within 24 hours. That's something I ran on. It's my and I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's just something I try to do. It drives me crazy. Maybe I shouldn't have said that during the campaign, but I did. And so that's what I do. What I'm a little worried about, too, is an OML and Cora issue. And one question, I think, is for the clerk, and then one question is maybe for Eugene. If on the policy side, we are able to see everybody's responses, right, on the policy side, I'm a little worried about consensus developing on questions outside of a public meeting, even if we aren't directly talking to each other. Right? Because if I see, mayor said that, I really want to, back the mayor on this, and this is where the mayor's at on this issue and what she said to this resident, I'm going to implicitly, maybe say that's a concern that I maybe have, is consensus developing outside of the open meeting. And then the second concern is one on Cora. Would this change the process to make our emails deliverable in a Cora request? Does it overcomplicate it? Those are my 2 questions, my statement and my questions.
I'll do the Cora one first. Mary Delafaring and Councilmember Marcin, I think the core obligation is for us to produce those records, so we just have to find them in a different system, and they would be archived according to our retention. I don't see that as a barrier. It might be easier to gather and to export results than to sort through emails or something like that, but yeah, we would keep the record either way and provide it either way.
I guess that leaves me for the open meetings question.
Yeah.
So it is hard in the abstract. 3 or more council members is an open meeting. 4 or more discussing policy matters is a noticed public meeting. I think it's a good issue identification. I'm not involved in these citizen complaint form conversations,
So I'm not sure how they evolve.
Sometimes they're compliments too.
Yeah. So, no.
Sometimes. So yeah, I mean, if council is discussing policy with 3 or more, that's likely an open meeting. Open meeting was recently, not that recently, but it mentions electronic meetings. There's not a lot of case law on it, and I don't want to make case law on it. But you know, you reading another council member's response to a constituent, probably not. But if
You start responding.
yeah, certainly responding,
yes.
and if multiple council members weigh in, and yeah, like you said, kind of a consensus is building online, then yeah, that could be problematic. Yeah.
Okay. Do we need more time to think about this? Watch the video and think about it?
I think so.
Yes, I don't think we're ready to make a formal decision on that yet. Councilmember Chris, did you want to weigh in before we move on?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had a few questions. I think some of them are at least partially answered. So if they use our direct email, they will still come directly to us. And is there a way to try the system and yet go and then still go back if we decide it is not useful? So we can try it. In the summary, will we be able to see the source email and respond after
Yes.
the summary?
Yes.
Okay. And is it all or nothing? Like all the counselors have to do it, or can we pick and choose?
I think everyone has to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd
We
like
could
to see the.
We could pilot it for a certain portion of time.
Yeah.
You know, there are features in there that we could build out. You know, so for example, there may be some ways to identify through address that this is this ward. That's not built out today, so we probably wouldn't include that in the pilot, but if it was something you chose to do, then we would spend the staff time to do that. As an
Nice,
example.
nice. Because it's frustrating to me when it comes through the contact form that you don't see what the topic is. So, you know, anyway. Anyway, so yeah, I would like to see the video, and thank you.
Okay, thanks. So let's,
One more.
is that,
Oops, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
No, Councilmember Christ actually prompted a thought that I had, which was, is there an option where, like, honestly, it would be like a huge efficiency just to understand like what ward someone is writing from.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like, I mean, I can look at the address and like I know half the addresses now, but like I'm plugging in a lot of them, especially if it's a street that I'm not sure about, and that's just a couple extra clicks in time to know if this is even relevant for 3 of us here. I mean, not that I don't quickly scan a lot of them, but just to know, like, is this something I'm going to spend time thinking about and responding to, or is this someone else's ward and constituent? So if that was an easy build-in just to even show in the contact form, like, where does that fall? That doesn't touch open meeting stuff. That doesn't touch, like, who responds
And that
to
would
what.
be only be if we move forward with this, right?
I could certainly check with Anna. So the
Okay.
system that you're using today
Yes.
is Qualtrics. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Mayor Hidalgo Ferry.
Yes, no, you're fine.
The system you are using today is Qualtrics, and so you know you receive that as a form, as a web form today. So I could certainly ask to see if there's some way that
drop
that
down.
can be part of it, regardless of whether you use the system or not.
Okay.
The other thing is that we can also look at the form itself. If there are changes that, if you want to keep the current process, but you want to change the form so that the first thing that comes up is the topic or something like that, we can
Yeah.
look at that as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll send out the
thanks.
video, and it sounds like we'll bring this one back again.
Before we go on to the next, now we're on to the council retreat follow-up, correct? Or is
Actually,
there,
we got-
no, there's one
we
more.
got a couple
Okay,
little
okay.
doodads. Yeah, you don't have to make
Okay,
any
oh my.
decisions on these. This
These-
is
okay.
information for you.
Got it. Yes. Oh, turn on your mic. Yeah. Did it? Yeah, I heard. There you go. You're connected.
There you go.
It just came loose. Thank you. Just wanted to bring back to you the process you all at your last session talked about how you would handle your once a month pre-sessions that you had already agreed would be at 6 p.m. the second Tuesday of the month. And we talked about how you would submit your topics. So I wanted to make this resource light and more automated so that it's less work for all of us. So I just wanted to share with you, this is my proposal. I've created a form that you all can fill out. That goes straight into a list. The mayor and I are pinged when, say, Councilmember Popkins submits a topic. We will get an email. Then the mayor will have a chance to go in and approve, or say not right now, or she has a couple options. When she makes her determination, you are pinged via email automatically, and then we will create that agenda and roll. So the next thing I'd like to do, if this all works for you all, is throw reminders on your calendars on these due dates that will come up for the next 6 months. Yeah, there's a link in the calendar reminder to the form, so you don't have to remember where to go find it. And then I'll put a reminder on the mayor's calendar to go in and do her approvals, and we will be rocking and rolling with not tons of work.
Yeah, starting in July.
Starting in July, right? So the first one would be July 14th.
Yeah.
6 o'clock pre-session. So if that works for everybody, I will send calendar invites tomorrow, and you can see the link, and
Thumbs
you
up,
can submit.
Thumbs down. Okay, so, yeah. Marcine, are you good with it? Okay. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
I love this. This looks like a Microsoft form with a approval process.
Yep.
Love it. I do these for my work all the time. Can you just make sure when you do the calendar invite that you say available? Because I don't want that time to be blocked off where somebody can't schedule something else. So if you can just do free on the calendar invite, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more, which I
Yes. Yes. Okay.
which I may still punt to Dawn. So, Councilmember Popkin last week talked about, hey, there's lots of these little ballot issues floating around, and there seemed to be, I wanted to make sure that we were really clear about the timing of these things. So what we've heard staff-wise so far is 3 potential ballot issues that you've discussed a little bit, and Dawn has put in here when these are slated to come back to you. So open space protections, this is slated for 6/9. Of course, all of these can change. This is just kind of a draft at this point. Ranked choice voting, the item is slated for 7/14, and additional public safety tax slated also for 7/14. So I just wanted to make sure we were clear about the deadlines. So the last day for the city to notify the county that we have something on there. It doesn't have to be the exact wording yet, but that we are going to coordinate this election because we don't have any council members up for re-election. So this would be a fresh ballot for us. That date is July 24th. Any ballot wording that needs to go to the voters must have 2 readings. And so that's both meetings in August. So you have to decide the ballot wording prior to that meeting on August 11th. And those need to come in at the very end. The very last minute is August 11th and August 25th for the second reading of those ballot issues. And then the deadline for the city clerk to certify that ballot is September 4th. That's something that she would do that you don't have to take any action on. And while the election is budgeted for, the public information brochures are not, because we didn't know that there would be ballot issues. So if you want for communications to do a public information brochure, which includes pros and cons, factual information for voters, those, depending on how many issues are on that particular public information group, those mailings usually cost between $22,000 and $25,000. If council directs the ballot issue, then usually that funding comes out of the council contingency funds. Now, you don't have to have a public information piece, but I think it's very helpful for voters to be able to understand what you're asking them to vote on. So just as a reminder, current balance in the council contingency is $92,419. So I just wanted to make sure y'all were on the same page as you're having these conversations. These decisions need to be made pretty quickly. And if you would like the information packets as part of that, then that's a consideration as well. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Can we have a break? Did you need a clarification? Can you talk to her during the break? I think it's useful for everyone. Okay, just
It's super
wrap it
quick.
up. Yeah.
Sandy, when you said the public information mailing, is the cost per ballot issue or ballot measure, or is it just for the whole package of what goes out on the ballot?
So it depends, right? So if it's more towards the 22,000 if it's a single issue, but we would not do separate mailings for separate issues.
No.
So we would combine them all. So it does cost a little more in printing if you added 2 ballot issues or 3 ballot issues, but the top of that is like 26,000 or 27,000 if you did
Thank
all
you.
3.
That's all.
Okay, thanks. Let's take a 5-minute break. Yeah. Okay. Can council members start making their way back up to the front so we can reconvene? No, it was perfect. Okay.
So pushy.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So we are now on the next item, the City Council Retreat Follow-Up Draft Council Action Plan.
All right. Mayor Hidalgo Ferring? Okay. Members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. Let me share with you a little bit about process real quick, and then we'll turn it on over to you for direction. Over just a little bit. Okay. So you may remember that during the retreat, we asked some pre-questions ahead of time, some pre-survey questions around what kinds of things you'd like to accomplish. We put those all on sticky notes and put them up in the room so that people could kind of prioritize those and add some as the conversation continued. What I did is I took each of those stickies and prioritized them. That's what you see in your packet, to be able to say these are the things that you all voted at the time was going to be most important. I then took all of those and kind of congealed them down to, removing duplicates, kind of keeping the same themes. Then I categorized them. And so what you see is an action plan with my categorization of your ideas. I have no pride in ownership. I just wanted some place for you all to start. And so that's what you're about to see, is you're going to see the different categories, which I have put as an action statement. You can take those categories, you can change them around, you can remove things from the list. Eventually, we'll want you to prioritize these for the staff. And the next step would be that we bring a more detailed action plan with implementation items and timeframes. So here we go. You may remember this graphic. This is the current council priorities as they sit. As this council determines their priorities, kind of their columns in the house, so to speak, we will then do a new graphic for this council that represents this council's action plan. We'll also bring back a vision once we have this set so that you can consider those two pieces. Okay, so I basically laid it out in 4 different categories. The first was innovative transportation and development redevelopment, because when you look at things like First and Main and the Sugar Factory and Vision Zero, these things are all working together, in much more concert than I think we have before. The second is housing and neighborhood success. So rather than just focusing on housing, really taking a look at overall neighborhood success and ensuring that people have what they need to be successful, as well as that enhanced outreach that you're interested in. The business-friendly city, reliable, equitable, sustainable core services. And so originally I had 3, and then when we talked about it in leadership and with Harold, he said, boy, there was a real focus from council around the core services, and so that's why I added this one. I said to Harold when he said we should add core services, I said, well, they all kind of support each other. He said, yes, can you make me a chart that shows that? Here's the chart. And so that's the work that staff has done so far in interpreting the work that you did during the retreat. At this point, I'm going to come out of the presentation mode and be ready to make some edits. Mayor, I turn it back over to you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start hearing from council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I really think that it's a fool's errand to pursue the last one on the list here, research Longmont becoming its own community county. When I look at Broomfield County, they are part of our consortium of cities now, Boulder County Consortium of Cities conversation all the time. We're going to be duplicating things that we already do very well. I think that maybe we just need to be when certain things come up with Boulder County, we need to be a little bit more forceful about our input on that. And I think it's a lot of resources that the city's going to have to expand on. I think it's a lot of resources that that didn't pay off for Broomfield. What it paid off for is somebody. But I just can't put my finger on it because it costs the people of Broomfield a lot more to have to do all those things that they did when for a much cheaper price point when they were part of Boulder County. And yet they do so much already with Boulder County. They have so many shared services and everything because they really couldn't do it. So I think we're really going down rabbit hole with this, and I would really discourage anybody to do that. Whenever you look at Longmont, the symbiotic relationship between Boulder and Longmont is so often cited that I think that, and with new events, social events like Sundance and others, I think it's just really silly to go down this. If we're feeling that we're not getting good enough representation, then we should come out with a resolution saying that we support the expansion of the county commissioners, that endeavor to get somebody who's more representative of Longmont. So that's just, I think, something we really need to discourage here.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. It was also one of my points. We need to get that out of the draft, the Longmont becoming its own county piece. It's not worth me taking a lot of time on. I do want to talk a little bit about general things, and I've shared some of this feedback with staff, and I wanted to share it in council. I think for me, strengthening kind of the general values framing around work and family affordability frame is something I'm interested in. I think the plan should really reflect, what we talked about in the vision statement that we discussed, Longmont remaining a place where working families can live and raise kids and access childcare and put down roots. That it's there, but it's not a consensus throughout the entire document. Specifics on how to get there. There's one thing that I really wanted to dive into, and that's the early childhood piece. Early childhood in the action plan is only mentioned in the context of the universal child care piece, which is a moonshot issue. It's not talked about anywhere else in the draft action plan. I don't think that should be the case. I think we need to make sure that it's not just the universal child care moonshot. I think considering near-term steps around affordability, provider capacity, workforce, zoning and permitting barriers, employer partnerships, long-term funding, keeping the broader issue at the center of what we're trying to do is something that I think is extraordinarily necessary. A piece of that as well is separating out childcare in ECE from the mental health resources piece. They are certainly, human services issues, and they're both major priorities. Want to make sure they both have their day. I think they require different funding partners, different strategies, different implementation tracks. So I would rather see us look at them separately as opposed to one line item within the draft plan. Yes.
I'm going to interrupt for just a moment, and this is more just to kind of get us on. So we're looking at the slide for reliable, equitable, sustainable core services. Do we want to, for your note-taking purposes, do we want to just focus on one slide at a time?
My understanding was Sandy was done with the.
Because you were going to start making edits based on what we were saying. That's how I understood it.
Yes, I was hoping maybe we could back up for just a second
Yes.
to see if does everybody agree with the taking out
Yes.
Research Longmont becoming its own county?
Yes, slide by slide.
No,
Yeah, no, that's
we don't
fine.
have to go. We don't have to go slide by slide. I would rather
think
us
for-
finish one.
Yeah, no, I think for just logistics-wise, if we could just look at this slide, is there anything that needs to be wordsmithed or removed in this? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a fine way to go.
Okay, and then research, so that it was already mentioned about research, Longmont becoming its own county with a thumbs up or down. Okay, so, yes.
Thank you. Just a quick point. So we didn't actually discuss this at the retreat, but it came up in someone's. It came up. It was like written down on a board, but we didn't have a conversation about this. I was just wondering. I would love to hear the affirmative case. Someone suggested it. I don't think I support it for the reasons people said, but I would love very briefly if someone could briefly speak to that before we just vote it up or down.
I'll let Councilmember Christ.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Councilor Popkin. That was very respectful and offering, discourse amongst us. So actually, this came about in a build-on type of way, like different conversations that we had. At one time, the city attorney and I had the conversation that Longmont is as big as Boulder, could be the county seat, that type of thing. And after that, we had a meeting with the county commissioners who said, well, the way Longmont goes is the way the county goes. And I thought, well, all right. And then after that, we had some conversations from Weld County. And it seems like we're sometimes squeezed between Weld County and Boulder County, who are like, I say Weld County is like the older sibling, and Boulder County is like the younger sibling. And in the end, Longmont is the one who's the practical one and gets things done. So, and I had this conversation with the mayor and with the city manager. And what's interesting about it is every now and again, I'll be talking to people in the public and I'll say, you know, well, what would you think about if we were our own county? And people stop and they say, well, would that mean that because we live north of 66, we could actually participate in boards and what have you? Yes, it probably does. Well, what would that mean about our open space? And I said, well, we have, you know, this border around us, so that would kind of give us a soft point between ourselves and others, which is what we want to do. And then at one of the CML conferences, Erie did a presentation, and it was funny because I was listening to them, and they share the same situation. They're in both Weld and Boulder County, and they were expressing some of the same issues that have been discussed. So I think maybe it would make sense. Longmont already does a lot of land management, which is what we usually rely on commissioners for. And I think it would make sense to research what is the cost and what is the gain. Because one of the things about being our own county is that we would have the county tax. But we would take over the services too. But when you think about it, we have a lot of county buildings here. And, you know, some of the land is a little piecemeal, but there are benefits to both Weld and Boulder for us to sort that out with them. I'm just saying we should research it. I think this is probably a process. And I think it's an interesting one. So that's why that came up. Okay. And if you remember, we were tasked with coming up with something that was, you know, really out there.
Yes.
And I'm like, well,
yeah.
we've been talking about
people,
this.
People selected it, so
yeah,
wanted to honor that. Okay, so were you wanting to, Marcine? Were you wanting to speak on this? Okay, so let's just with a real quick thumbs up or down. I think you know where we're at. Thinking about staff capacity, thinking about other things coming down the pipeline. Thumbs up if you want to research, or not right now.
Being considerate of staff.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, wait, so we have 1, 2, 3, so we have 4, 5, okay. There we go, okay. Cinco. Yeah, just, no, and that means like, no, maybe somewhere down the line, but we have a lot going on. Okay, the other 2 items on here, and I did have a question on proactively build electric grid capacity resilience, you know, wondering how much of that is us, the city of Longmont, or city council, and how much of that would be, you know, Platte River Power Authority, other things outside of our control with the state, or, you know, I guess I just wanted to know a little bit more about the intent and what that would include as far as, you know, and I even think about what we do, you know, Ascent with the solar panels. You know, we are already ingraining a lot of sustainability and looking at power demands and, you know, through LPC, you know, our power communications. And so I feel like we have it in our structure. Are we not articulating it enough? Or is there, I had some questions around this before moving forward. So Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I can speak to this briefly.
Yes.
I'll speak to it briefly, and then if people want to dig into it more, I can elaborate. The intention here was thinking more at our system level, and that's probably a combination of LPC and PRPA. Thinking about what are the next 10, 20 years. I mean, we didn't vote on, I wasn't even here, but the vote on Nextlight wasn't of like, hey, what do we want this year? It's what do we want in 10 years? And now people love having a municipal broadband. Here we're talking about capacity for a world that is increasingly electric, a world that is increasingly integrated in systems, and we have a grid. I'm going to speak more broadly at the American grid, but a grid including our system that is antiquated and consistently needing like upgrades, and we're looking at investing in that, and we are investing in that. To meet the demands of a 21st century community, you need a strong, resilient, and sustainable electric grid. And so how we build that out, the pace that we build it out, drives our competitiveness in our region from an economic standpoint. It drives our quality of life. It drives our opportunity to look at things like airport electrification, because that's not a small feat. And that takes years to build out to get to a point where it can be actually robust. If we're thinking about electric transportation system, that's not that far away. And do we have the capacity, the systems, and the rate structures and all of that? This is not react. The goal of this is to not react to it when it comes our way, but to actually build the future we want to see.
Okay. And I go back to I think it was the 2018 climate action resolution that really drove, it was that vehicle for 100% renewable by 2030, And, so to all the steps that we are doing in order to get us to there, where Platte River Power Authority is going to be the bulk of it, but there's going to be a percentage, a window with an amount that's going to fall on the city of Longmont. And, I'm just wondering if this is something already ingrained, and are we making it so rigid then that we are actually now dictating how operationally this is all going to execute? That's my only wondering in regard to this. But I'm going to let people speak, and then because I do want to hear the clarification, but I want to let other folks in the queue speak. Councilmember Christ.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure why we feel like we have to remove things, because I went through this whole list and thought, a lot of these things are saying the same thing in different ways, or focusing on different aspects of it. I think there's a lot of value to that in a group, because we all have a different voice, we all have a different perspective, and I'm hesitating to delete any of it. I'm not saying that the staff has to have action on it. I'm saying that these are things that we are aspirational on. That's what we were asked to do, but we're still staying, with equitable, sustainable core services. And so we're formulating what part of that can this council bring to that category. And I'm not in favor of deleting any of it, so you'll see my thumb reflect that.
Yeah, and I'm not looking to delete this. I was just wondering if maybe if it's kind of embedded throughout. I was going back to looking at our original, like, where would it fall in this scope? I really liked, for me, I'm not linear. I'm more, looking at how something could be ingrained into other aspects. So when we look at sustainability, when we look at equity, inclusivity, it's touching various departments in various systems. So, how does it intersect? And is this is it the right language? Do we want to explore something different that doesn't put constraints on staff to get creative in order for us to meet that, meet our goals? So I hope that clarified. I'm not looking to really delete anything on here. This thing, no, deleting this bullet point. I'm just saying. But I think with our council action plans, with our goals and objectives, we have to be very mindful that we're not putting so much in there and things that cannot be attained, that it's unrealistic because then who's going to be the ones executing it? It's not going to be us. It's going to be staff. So I do want to be mindful of that. Okay, but, sorry, Councilmember Prieto, and then I'll go back to you.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not directly to the mayor. Well, I guess I can because you're the chair.
Yes, yeah, I am
Mayor.
the chair. Direct comments to me.
I feel like I'm in alignment with what you're saying. I'm kind of getting the same feeling around it, more so that we've made a lot of progress in that area and the wheel is turning, right? And so there's momentum, things are being done, they're continuing to be done. Just because it's not here doesn't mean that we're not continuing to work in that direction. So I would agree. I don't know if we need it on there. And again, I really want our priorities to be focused and direct so we can achieve.
Yes, yeah.
Versus so broad that we're chasing everything.
Yes.
So that's my comment on that. And then I had another related to this section. I don't know if you want me to wait on that.
Is it on this slide?
It's on the,
go for it.
Okay. So I've been thinking about it and I couldn't find the words for it. So I'm just going to blurt out what I have and then you guys can help me wordle it, you know? And thinking of like shifting from being more from a consumer to more of a producer and Harold, I had mentioned before, like at what point do we bring contracted services in-house, specifically related to asphalt and roads and, you know, with the cost of everything becoming so high. There's a desire in this section, more so like, because it says strengthen and ensure sustainable and equitable core services. And I'm not sure if this piece is included in that or if we should put it separate. But I feel like, especially related to transportation infrastructure, I feel like a lot of it's getting so ahead of us and we're like trying to catch up all the time. And when we look at some of the budget stuff that's coming back to us with the capital improvements and how there's like, I don't know if this is the right word, but like the amendments coming back or where there was a cost increase that wasn't anticipated. I'm just wondering as a council if there's a desire to really start looking at like being more self-reliant and more of a producer versus consumer and being at the mercy of like our contractors and price hikes but I don't know like how I would formulate that into this picture here.
So if I can.
Go ahead, yes, please.
That is something that we inherently evaluate operationally. So, for example, at one point we used to contract for custodial services. We started watching the cost, we evaluated it, and we're like, no, it's actually more cost effective for us to bring that in-house. And so as we're working through issues, staff's evaluating that. One that's showing itself now, it's in the operations group, is actually the production of signs. Because they're actually seeing that because of the cost, it now is making more sense for us to do it versus when they did contract it out, it was less expensive. Now, when you get into the more costly operations, there's an evaluation because it's not just the durable, it's not just the goods you're paying for, it's the capital cost of the equipment that you're paying for. So that's kind of the evaluation they're going through. So that is something that we're constantly trying to figure out. And, you know, if it's something that we just need to kind of bring back to you in the budget process to say, look, this is what we're evaluating, I think we can do that too. But that is something that we're constantly watching.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to back up a tiny bit from the previous conversation here. I appreciate Councilmember Preto's question. It's a good one. I wanted to just back up a tiny bit and take us for, I see London, you know, furiously writing the 10,000 foot thing. What are we doing here, right? Because my understanding of this, and Mayor, you've been through this before, I think you are the only one who was certainly here. I think for this drafting of this specific. No, because I think Diane was elected in 23.
yeah.
Right? Am I correct? So
That's right.
from my perspective, I see this this conversation. Oh yeah, Mayor Pro Tem. I see this as the most important study session item we're going to have in a very long time. Because this is not an aspirational list of our things we would like to do. That was the retreat, and I think that was the space for this. What this is an action plan. This is how staff is going to operationalize every value that we bring to them and everything that we want to do. Anything that we, to the deletion question, I appreciate wanting to move ahead and have big ideas and think boldly. But anytime we do that in this specific context, there's an opportunity cost to that. Where if we tell staff we want to pursue this, that, or the other thing, they're great and they're going to do it. Whereas we have an opportunity here to really clearly say what our values are, where we're trying to go over the next several years. And anything that we write in this plan, I think, has to be based around those values. So I just wanted to chime in on that to the previous conversation. I think the language here on this specific slide, Mayor, is strong. I love that we're focusing on equitable core services. And, we continue to think proactively about the grid. So this is good.
Okay.
Mayor, do you want to?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you want to go back some? Do you want to start at the
Well,
first one? Because and
yeah.
perhaps it would make sense for you to consider the categories first. Also.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I think that's kind of where Councilmember Marsing was headed around. Making sure that early care and education maybe was its own category. But
Yeah.
Maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Is it
but-
something that's embedded throughout? I mean, yeah. I'm going to kick it to Councilmember Popkin and go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sandy. In fact, and thank you, Councilmember Marsing. I think that was extremely well articulated because that's where I wanted to take this. And I'll offer the category, actually, that I think this fits into and back us up into that. I think when I'm looking across a lot of the action items that were proposed here, I think there's a broader umbrella of community resilience that drives a lot of where this goes. And that's not just environmental, to be clear. And resilience is economic, social, and environmental. And so when I look at that specific one on the grid, it fits to me in our system, our infrastructure, our operations, more from an environmental standpoint, but also from an economic standpoint. And, someone can't run their business if the power goes out, and we are crushing it. Kudos to LPC and staff when the high wind events have been coming through and people are struggling to open their business or go to work or know if they're going to have power when Xcel has been cutting power. And so we're crushing it in that regard. And I don't want us to fall behind. And here's the thing. We're going to see more variable, more intense storms. We're going to see more variable drought conditions and water conditions. We're going to see a range of different seasons that are continuing to evolve. And so I want us to be prepared for those situations because that helps with our community resilience. When I think about childcare, that fits into the social resilience fabric of our community. To your working families point, Councilmember Marsing. Councilmember Prieto, when I think about our operations and the conversation you just had with Harold, I think about our operational resilience. Councilmember Christ, when I think about, and Kalkofer, I know you guys speak to small businesses a lot. That's the resilience of our local economy. And all of these pieces have to work well, and not just work well now, but be prepared to work well in 5, 10, and 15 years. And we are, to Councilmember Marsing's point, setting that direction now for 10, 15 years from now. That some of the decisions we make today and in the next few months impact that next generation. When I think about the safety, our focus on public safety and youth, we're thinking about the resilience there of our social fabric. When we think about types of housing, we're thinking about the resilience of our economy and who can live here and who can afford to live here. So I in some ways want to suggest, I don't know if it's a cloud or if it's a pillar, but I think community resilience underlies so much of what I think we're trying to do if I'm interpreting the action plan correct. So that's one point I wanted to make here. and why, like, so we don't get hung up on like the exact grid language, because we can take that offline, Mayor, if you want, or discuss it separately. But I think that's where so many of these pieces come together. When we're looking at First and Main and the sugar mill, like those are fitting into our economic future resilience. Those are figuring out like how do we avoid more fires at some of these sites, from just a public safety and local air quality and sustainability of buildings. So there's so many pieces that fit into that. And I don't want it to be too much of a catch-all, but if we think about this from how do we make our community more resilient, it's how do we protect our people, how do we protect our places, and how do we protect our systems.
Well, and it was through building that for several years that we were named, by the UN, what was it, the Resilient City Hub?
Well, it was. I think that if I recall correctly, it was from particularly the work on the St. Vrain Resilient St. Vrain project.
Yes, and so that's when we look at how our systems. But it's not just the one, that corridor. There were so many other systems that were in play.
That was
and how we responded to the
that
flood.
when we prepared the application in terms of the Resilience Hub. It really is getting at the broader definition.
Yes.
Of community resilience.
Yes.
A big project that we talked about was the St. Vrain, where we included those concepts.
That wasn't the only isolating
But we spent a lot of
factor,
time talking to them about just how we develop projects and how it really is the systems thinking that we talked about.
And
that was behind
that's
that.
what I don't want to let go on. I want to, and I'm less concerned about, or I'm not worried about wordsmithing. I guess what I want to make sure is that we don't lose what we have that really has created us to be a resilient community, having sustainable systems in place. And I don't want to lose that piece to kind of do something different, but it's really the same thing. So
I understand what you're saying, and what I
at.
wanted to clarify from before
Yes,
was
go ahead.
I don't think it's necessarily that we're losing something or inherently deviating. It's what are we trying to enhance and in what direction we want to grow.
Okay.
And so on the timing, I'd appreciate a little bit of
My
flexibility because we were
time.
going.
Well, that was my time.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, thank you, Mayor, for time. So, it's what are we trying to solidify our system for today? Or are we looking at 5 or 10 years in the future? Businesses don't make plans for tomorrow. They have to, like, we all make plans for tomorrow, and we should be thinking about 5 and 10 years down the road.
I think we do. Yeah, I don't want to discredit, because staff traditionally, historically, I have seen that they are looking 20 and more years.
Absolutely,
Yeah, so
and I'm not suggesting that,
yeah.
but when we talk about like the 2030 goal,
Yeah.
one, we're not meeting it, and two, that's 3 years away.
Yeah.
And so I want us to think, what's beyond that? And what are we actually trying to tee up when we talk about some of these systems? Like, do we need to be really enhancing if we want to attract something, a really innovative urban campus with a front range passenger rail that goes right through the heart of our community, then we need a grid that can handle the economic development there, the housing there, the system there,
Yes.
and thinking ahead to that, which I know we are with the projects that we know of,
Yes.
but it's also the projects we don't know what they will look like yet, and they're not far away from that same area.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you again, Mayor. Actually, I like where this is going.
Yes.
Because I think we're starting in the details, and we should start in the cloud, where you have just lettuce, Councilor Popkin. And actually, when I look at this, I've always wondered, what is the difference between climate action and sustainability? So I would agree. I think resilience should be the cloud. And when I look at these pillars, what I'm seeing, and Sandy gave us these sheets that have the new ideas, and there aren't that many. The yellow is the new ideas. I think they're just things that we are missing out of these categories. For instance, the housing for all, what keeps coming up is that we need more for sale, and we need to support our families and better in terms of having places and amenities. When we're talking about early childhood care and education, same thing, that is support for families. And then transportation, I think maybe what would be added to that would be technology and innovation. It's interesting, when they first introduced the idea of Nextlight, they had a lot of pushback on it, and it took them 12 years to get it all done. So sometimes when you're forward thinking, it takes a little while. Oh, this is what happened at the Nextlight anniversary. There was a conversation about it. So I know you're saying, well, maybe not, but it's like, well, that according to what happened there, yeah. From those who were on the council at that time. So sometimes there's a little reminiscence that gets a little we all remember the past differently, I suppose. So if we're gonna like specifically say how long, that's how long they thought they were working on it. So it did take some time. I remember voting on it several times, and so here we finally have it, and like our neighborhood was the last to get it. So I'm just looking at the list here and saying there are things I want to add, and one of the things I want to add is when I look at this chart, there's this one square that I've identified that doesn't relate to business.
And it's on the last slide? Or is
Yeah, this is page 20.
It's not on innovative transportation.
Well,
it is,
all of these are all of these are action
okay,
items.
This one, yes.
And so the only action item that doesn't relate to business is provide spaces for youth to safely gather, third spaces. But the truth is, we've been talking about youth all evening, about getting them into business situations where they can, participate more in the economy and have that background so that they can find better jobs or find the jobs that they like. So I think one thing that we need to add to this that isn't on here is business, and I don't know if that's another in the center.
It's
Yeah.
in, so, because this is the old one.
I know.
and then
I'm just saying,
business-friendly city over
if we're
here.
coming, top down, and we're building our house, and that's what this is. What do we need to add?
Okay. So.
And what isn't working exactly as we want it to? For instance, the housing for all, I think we need to rebalance that, which I think is the way it was described in our
Yeah, the
in
more
our
for
action
sale.
steps.
So, yeah, and I want to go back to that first slide that you had, and no, it was the resilient, sustainable communities where we were building on there. Okay, is there anything like looking at in the context of reliable, equitable, sustainable core services, resilient community? Is there anything? Do you think these two bullets capture that? Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're jumping around everywhere.
Well, yeah, I know. I wanted to go back. I was trying to do one slide at a time.
And so
yeah.
So my suggestion would be to do the slide at the time, like one at a time,
Yeah.
and then we can build the house together.
Yes.
Which lucky
that's
for
what
you
I'd like
guys,
to
I
do.
built the house
Yes.
already.
But
but I don't have anything to add. I just wanted to make, since he started, or not he, since there was discussions around the resiliency
Yes,
piece.
yeah.
That was also in another slide, so I'm gonna wait on that.
Okay.
So we can move forward.
I see the wildfire resilient. Would that,
And maybe increasing affordability.
and then, yeah. So looking at, and I don't know how much control we have over affordability. Like, we can't reduce costs when people go to the grocery store. And I don't know if that's an action plan that to bestow on staff.
Where's the affordability?
Oh, it was on this one, looking at, because something that was highlighted was increasing affordability.
That's in the, and the other slide.
But it will be on the other slide? Okay, so we'll go to that later, but, I mean, we could fall under there, but. Community services one. Okay. Does anybody feel like these two, like there should be an add-on, or are we good with these two for right now? And then we can go on to the next slide, and then we look at the whole thing altogether. So my goal is to go through each slide and then holistically look at anything that we've missed. I know this is, again, planning a wedding with y'all. But
If you all are good with this one.
Yes.
Then what we'll do and take this is from an action step perspective.
Yes.
We will then delineate what does that mean.
Okay.
And looking at, resiliency and the three-legged stool as it was described.
Yes.
We can put it in that context.
Okay.
Of what's financial resiliency and break our operational pieces out of it to add some clarity that may answer some of the questions.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I have one comment.
Yes. Go ahead.
And speaking about resiliency, since we got ahead of the game here, when we look at this graphic, I think there's core services, but when I was looking at the whole picture and actually myself and Councilor Popkin talked a little bit about resiliency, I think the equity, safety, and sustainability, I feel like this the above core services, it would be resiliency versus incorporating it into core services. And so I just want you to hold that thought as we continue the conversation and discussion around the other ones. But I feel like resiliency should be separate from, it definitely does fall into the core services, but I feel like it should be separate in the graphic and ideology from core services.
I see what you mean.
You
Yeah, I
understand
see
what I'm
you
saying?
mean.
And
Yep, I do.
so the equity and safety would then be the cloud is what I was thinking, so we don't lose that, but it would be resiliency, which would basically replace this green strip right here. But just keep that in mind as we continue conversations, since we haven't been through the whole slides. And sorry, I'm bringing that up now, but since it was mentioned, I don't want us to commit to that right now and then lose sight of it potentially.
And Mayor, I would
Yes.
mention, you don't need to get too hung up on the particular graphic because
Yes.
we'll develop something that
I was
really reflects your
just about
your
to
vision.
say that. That's why I wanted for people to speak up, and I know there's been a couple of people who spoke more than twice, but
Mayor, if I-
that allows context.
That's right. And if I might, the graphic, the reason that it sets the way that it does is that your foundational work, the work that you must do as a government, is your core services. That's the foundation of the house. The way we do our services are equitable, sustainable, and with safety in mind. So that's the how. That's kind of the next level. Then the pillars are the focus really from the previous council. We're going to get there. We're going to we're going to do this by enhancing our house by creating these pillars of having housing, transportation, and early care for everybody. The top of it actually talks a little bit about the places and the spaces, and really trying to ensure that when we are developing spaces and places that we're being thoughtful about that future. And the Climate Action Cloud is the concept that that's not something the City Council can control directly, but we contribute to it. And so I would say don't get too hung up on the graphic. That's what it represented to that council. You should feel free
Thank you
to
for
tell
that.
me what it
Yes.
is that you're looking for, and then we'll develop a graphic that represents your vision.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that background as well. So, oh wow. Okay. She's just throwing it out. Okay. So let's go on to the next slide. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
So, Mayor, this one is the heaviest because so many of these things, and to your points, all of these things cross over each other. I mean, every single one of these really does, which is why I think Harold wanted me to put that graph together to show that really everything affects everything. So, what we want to try to get to is when this council says, these are our priorities, right? It's this transportation and development around the First and Main project, the sugar mill, downtown, really making this that hub that you all are talking about. That's what this one is really referring to. And so the idea being that when you say to people, this is what we stand for, this is what we're going to do, there's going to be crossover left and right because it's all about looking at the systems thinking, right? So
Yes. Great. Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Okay, so for this one, I just have two, or actually one add-on. For the complete downtown projects, I just put and lay the groundwork for future ones. So as we talk about big projects, like we only have capacity for so much, but it's important that we start laying the groundwork for other big projects, that when we do open capacity up, that we can tackle those right away. And so I just wanted to add and lay the groundwork for future ones. That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I have on this one, talk about innovative transportation. There's no mention in, and I think it should be a priority of one of the most innovative things we do as a city, which is Ride Longmont, and generally considering as a council whether to make, maybe this is too big a conversation for this setting, but I would like to see some mention of expansion or supporting long-term operational expansion of Ride Longmont. As something that we as a council want to try to prioritize. We've heard a lot from residents recently about how great the service is, also some of the challenges that as the service has really picked up in popularity, there are the wait times, the challenges that exist there. I think this is an opportunity for us to say, hey, we would like to see us support that core thing that we're trying to do.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Trying to get everybody in here. I kind of see this slide and everything here really being the business slide. This is the stuff that we are going to be doing for the next probably 2 years. I see it as a slide that encompasses so much of that. The only one that kind of doesn't quite fit in there is the Vision Zero from the business side for transportation, of course, but from the business side, there's so much there. Getting people to work with enhanced Ride Longmont, examine innovative transportation. That's getting people to and from work, and also looking at how we look at the different sort of innovative issues around technology and such. And then, of course, the Main Street project. I mean, this is putting people to work. This is putting a huge number of people to work and everything. And that having those people be part of that work environment does touch in housing, education, and that. So I just almost think that we've maybe added one on the end there that might be just almost a redundancy here, but maybe there's some component of that is so much more beyond this. But I just worry about our capacity to be everything to everybody, and this is, I see this as what we're going to be discussing more often than not for the next 2 years. And I just wonder if we need to add in the other stuff other than it's just kind of an indication of how we approach the problem.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to get some thoughts together. Councilmember Prieto, could you maybe, or anyone else who put it down, but I'd love a quick clarification on the downtown projects and what that bullet fully refers to.
So, can I kick it to Sandy, maybe? Or
Either one, whomever wants to speak to that, I think.
Yeah.
The downtown projects refer to the ones that are on the website under Transform Downtown, which includes Hotel Longmont, the Safety and Justice Building,
Yes.
Kaufman Street. I'm missing one. Well, First and Main is part of that, of course.
Isn't there?
The big
But
one.
I think it's LDDA. But the one over across the street from the Longs Peak Pub. Oh yeah, Pump House.
St.
that
Stephen's Plaza, that area.
that area. But then there's also another redevelopment that's happening where the
That's just a redevelopment, adaptive
Yeah.
reuse of an old property.
Yeah.
The old
Yes.
grocery store, yeah.
Yeah, that's when we're referring to that piece. That is when you all mentioned, Hotel Longmont, or you mentioned, one piece of that. We've lumped that in, called it the downtown projects, and we're most of the way through most of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, most definitely part of that is making sure that we can, continually evolve, as you all are mentioning already.
because there's still staff time and matter of capacity to complete these projects.
Yes, yes, that's right. We're in the home stretch, but we
We're in
wouldn't
the home
want to,
stretch, but we don't
want
want
to
to
stop
let go.
safety and justice
That's
tomorrow.
the other thing. It's like, I don't want to let
We're in the home
go.
stretch for what?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's the.
I'm not saying let go. I'm just saying like those are wrapping up, and we should absolutely complete those. There's no direction that I would give to stop in mid construction. Like the hotel is about to open. Like the plaza, some of those aren't even city projects. The Safety and Justice Center is going through the active renovations. I'm just curious if we're trying to chart like the multi-year course of what we're looking at, like what is that actually referring to? When like First and Main, yes, but that's already its own separate beast already. And so when I think about what are we actually prioritizing, what do we want advisory board input on, what do we want to spend our time on? Like,
That's why I like the idea of adding that lay the groundwork for future ones. So it's like, don't forget about these, but then the added piece.
okay.
So
Yeah.
so I think we can't answer what does complete downtown projects mean, because we didn't put it in. That was just on the board. And so that really
And
is.
it did say that. It was talking about making sure that we finish kind of what we're starting was
Right.
part of that sentiment
Yes.
that
So
I saw.
I think that was just wanting to be clear that we finish it.
Okay, then I'll offer maybe a slightly different approach to that, and maybe it's a way of kind of pulling together a few of these threads. So I think the first thing, if I was trying to think about what is our vision for downtown, it's not just about projects, it's not just about properties, it's about places, and it's about really, it's about growing with character. It's about maintaining safe and innovative places, and creating either a local destination or regional destinations. Not about specific, like all of those individual projects are parts of a whole. But what's the goal that we're really aspiring to? It's how connected they are. It's the sense of place that's formed when they're all built. And so when I think about this, it's not just like, to me, like looking at the First and Main bullet, just to use this, just to pick on that as an example, and I'm not trying to wordsmith, I'm just going to use it as an example here. Building the project while respecting our natural environment is one thing. Building the project while integrating it with the surrounding environment is a fundamentally different understanding of how it connects into the river corridor, how it connects into the spaces we have to the west, the north, and the east. And so when I think about what we're actually trying to do with all these individual projects, it's really foster a strong sense of character and place. And when we think about what's the umbrella for a lot of these, that's where I go to. Transportation is an artery that connects places. It is partially a goal in of itself, but it's really about how do we connect people around. And so I guess that's the broader umbrella, and then a little bit more tactical of an adjustment. And frankly, when we think about spaces and the types of places we're creating, that's where I think the youth, the youth and third spaces start to come in too, because we're not, again, building projects, we're building places. And how we think about First and Main as a centerpiece of our community. If we're not thinking about the youth and third spaces integrated in the surrounding parts of that, we're missing a huge opportunity and a huge need in our community.
So you're caught up, I'm thinking like maybe on the word projects.
I'm not caught up on the wording. I'm actually trying to suggest we think about this at a higher level, and then integrate this all into what we're trying to achieve, which is not just individual projects.
No, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. So that's the broader vision I wanted to suggest for this piece. The more tactical approach that I think is a substantive adjustment here is, I would love, as we think about Sugar Factory and First and Main and downtown projects, I would love for us to actually think about how we enable and encourage the kind of river corridor development, redevelopment, and placemaking from the fairgrounds over to the sugar mill. Like, I'd love for us to really think about that in synchrony of where we're focusing our efforts, how we're thinking of the connectivity throughout that area. We have some really fantastic natural and man-made assets when you think about like the Greenway and our river corridor. But how do we really support redevelopment along that whole corridor and leverage that and think about that whole space as a system from the fairgrounds to the sugar mill?
Wouldn't that be the MUIR?
Not inherently. Councilmember Pitto was asking, wouldn't that be the MUIR? It could be. We haven't defined the area yet that applies to, so I don't know fully. It's a tool.
Okay.
Again, that's a tool to the broader vision.
And that was, did you want to, okay.
I think that
Well,
is what's actually in the one that you have is, or at one point it was in there, focus on the,
I
develop the
remember,
river
yes.
from the sugar mill to
Yeah, it was.
the fairgrounds.
In which one?
This is the old one.
An
It
old-
was in the
an
old one where
old-
it said something similar.
Why did we, I know that there, because we have the 150-foot setback along the river corridor, there's also environmental implications when we
Absolutely.
were looking at the, the grid that we use to look at equity, business, environmental impacts. There's that checklist.
The SES?
The SES, thank you. Like, I'm just getting tired now, but.
So I think what happened was the last council or the council before the last one, I think pared it down
We
into the
pared it
steam
down,
corridor
yep.
because that's where they really wanted to focus the attention based on the volume
Because
of
what
work.
happened is that we got too big, and then the staff capacity, the, just the ability to get things accomplished, and then as stuff like the sugar mill or sugar factory came up, it was, okay, where do we go?
Yep.
So
Look,
I think
we're not
we'll
going to
just
achieve
try
all
to-
of this at once. It's
Yeah,
a question
no.
of what are we trying to
I
set
think
up.
we were trying to hone it. I'm
Right.
just giving you background perspective.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify. I'm not saying like we're going to dramatically reprioritize and like we have to treat these in project phases, of course. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
But when we
Okay.
think about what is it connected to and what's it in service of, it's in service of a sense of place. And that place is not just First and Main. That place is how does First and Main connect across the street, across 287 to the Front Range Community College campus. It's how that connects into the Sugar Mill area. It's how that connects westward when we have the bus rapid transit system going in and connecting over to the fairgrounds. And that strengthens how we think about housing, our business development and economic investment, and our overall kind of sustainability and recreational services too.
Okay. Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate Councilmember Marzing for putting in the enhanced Ride Longmont microtransit. A friendly amendment if we can just say create and enhance Longmont microtransit systems. Because I don't think we should stop at Ride Longmont. I think we're very innovative, and I think we can come up with ideas in the future. But I think we do definitely need to enhance Ride Longmont. But I want us to also think about the future as well.
No, great, yeah. And I don't know if you have the slideshow in front of you, but Sandy is putting in all of our comments on there as well, so it's all reflected. Okay.
Yeah, if I
we-
can.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the things that we wanted to do, and we got into this a little bit, is so the concept. It's actually in your vision. That's where it sits, and from the fairgrounds to
That's-
the
okay.
sugar mill. But I think we could, if council wanted to look at that larger area, we could incorporate it. But what I think we would need, because I'm now remembering what led to that. So I think what happened was we had Sugar Mill, we had First and Main, and then we started seeing other projects starting to come in at other locations. And we were getting maxed from a capacity standpoint, and I think the council pared it down to be more focused, to manage the expectation in terms of where we're spending our time. And I really think that was
That was the
behind the
catalyst
evolution of
to
that.
that.
And so,
Would this slide be a good space to prioritize what we want to see? What is our first, before we go on to the next slide?
yeah, like what I was going to say is we could, because I am hearing, I think I'm hearing, really, let's define this broader area, which is in the vision that you all, I think, were okay with. We could frame it out, but I do think in terms of where we spend our time and where we focus our attention, that we can create a high-level bullet, but underneath we'll put the things that fall into it,
Yeah,
and then we
in
rank them in
order.
terms of,
Yes.
the question is First and Main, your number one ranking? Is it first?
Is it first? Yeah.
Is the sugar mill second? If we can get that kind of structure in this, I think we can take what you're saying and build it and accomplish
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Mayor, I just have one
Yes.
clarification.
Yes.
So I have added Councilmember Popkins, creating a strong sense of character and place downtown.
Downtown.
Does that mean we take out the complete downtown projects and lay the groundwork for future ones? Is that a replacement for that?
In place.
I mean, I was going to take it that way, but I
Downtown,
wanted to check in.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to forget creating a strong sense of character and place in other areas, North Main.
Right.
But no, I think, yeah, trying to capture the top into this, the new wording. Yeah, I don't know where, yes, go ahead. Yeah.
I actually was thinking of that as another broader umbrella, where it wasn't just to the mayor's point too.
So
like
not just
there are other parts where I think we are thinking about a sense of place and character in our community, and we should. So I was thinking more broadly, what are we trying to achieve with transportation investments and other projects that we're doing in development? We're trying to create a sense of place and character. And that's what we're like when I think of like the master objective for that, that's what we're aiming for. And then it's those other sub projects and the focus and priority phases that get us to achieve that.
So does that become the new category name?
That's where I would
Yeah,
lean.
like a subcategory. So we have innovative transportation development / redevelopment, and then like a subheading that maybe that goes into the title, because then it would encompass, because we'd like to see that in all of these, in our Vision Zero, in through the work with Ride Longmont, First and Main project.
I won't beat a dead horse here, but I will say like transportation development are in service of the sense of place when I think about how that flows. But again, I don't think we need to parse that out too much here.
Okay. Do we have any strong feelings about what should happen first? Huh? Are we at that point? Did you, what, yeah.
I think we do need to have a sense of, is First and Main first? Is the sugar mill second? Really, those two are the ones, because I do think to a certain extent, some of this will start embedding into those projects. So when we think of the First and Main project, that really does include the Ride Longmont conversation. I think to Councilmember Kalkoffer's comment, it's beyond just Ride Longmont. It's how do you start looking at the circulator system in general and other issues. So things will start folding into it, and I think, the big piece in this is, as we start looking at this, the groundwork for future projects is just if council's like, yes, First and Main's priority, Sugar Mill's the second priority, if that's where you sit, then we will put it together in a way to make sense of it versus trying to figure it out. But if those are not your priorities in terms of where we need to spend our staff time, then we need to know.
Okay. Just knowing what's coming down the pike, First and Main, my 2 cents, First and Main and Sugar Factory have got to be in the first top two. Councilmember Prieto.
I feel like the 2 bullet points kind of just go together. Downtown projects, First and Main, lay out the groundwork for future ones. Those are both a 1 on my sheet. Continue work on Vision Zero. And I think what's hanging us up is it's like it all says the same thing, and we just need to like separate transportation and development. But continue work on Vision Zero. I feel like that foundation is pretty strong. So like, do I want to tackle that aggressively right now? Like as we're moving forward as council? No, that's a 3 on my list. Between 1, 2, 3, and then Sugar Factory 3. We have a lot of projects going on, but that's where the lay the groundwork would come in for me. So, and then last but not least, examine new innovative transportation development opportunities. Again, a 1 that goes back up to the first 2 bullet points, I feel like, and then create a vibrant, modern, successful airport environment. That's a 3 for me. As we just think about capacity right now and then. And then, but again, the successful airport environment, that falls into lay the groundwork for future development and opportunities in the city, so.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Prieto that I think we are trying to do a lot here from a mission perspective. I think, and I understand strategically and from a synergetic perspective and a systems thinking perspective, the way transportation obviously plays into development. As you move forward, I'm not saying do this now, but considering separating these items as kind of from a work plan perspective and an action plan perspective, from a development point of view and a transportation point of view, would make sense to me. And which is how it was largely, it looks like, done in the previous council.
Okay. Okay. So I don't think everybody got to weigh in on their top 2-3 priorities for this slide. Did you?
I think it's
Okay. Oh, no, I was just wondering, ranking, was there one that you wanted that had rose up to the top as far as we need to take care of first? Like prioritize that above the others? Yes. Councilmember Popkin.
First and Main Sugar Mill.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are we good with First and Main Sugar Mill? Okay. Okay, so we have 5-2. Okay, now we can go on to the next slide. Thank you.
Thank God we're on the next slide.
Yeah, but I think maybe
Sparse.
splitting it.
You can't even split the first one.
Yeah, I know.
I'll split it for you.
Okay. Housing and neighborhood success. Okay.
So this one I heard split mental health and build out the child care one.
Okay, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have language for you, Sandy. I sent it to you on Teams, just as a suggestion, and it kind of just takes for the ECE point. I would say work to lower the cost of daycare and early childhood education for children under age 5, and ultimately pursue universal child care. So work to lower the cost of daycare and ECE for children under age 5, and ultimately pursue.
Thank you for sending that.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Prieto.
Okay, couple things. For the housing and neighborhood success, that's what we're on, right?
Yes.
One of the things I wrote was build staff capacity, especially within the housing arena, like housing community investment. If housing is going to continue to be one of our pillars, I think building staff capacity into council's priorities is going to be huge. And then another thing I added, so in regards to the universal child care, I feel like I think community resiliency is much more than just childcare, and childcare doesn't always it doesn't always relate to all families. And so what I put was strengthen community resiliency by strengthening and streamlining fundamental community services such as mental health, food, housing, transportation, and childcare. So really looking at it as like a basic human needs, and prioritizing basic human like making sure that we as a community have services for people who need them. So food, again, transportation, housing, mental health, childcare.
Councilmember Prieto, can you say that again a little slower?
It's and I sent it to you in Teams, but I'll say it again.
Okay.
Strengthen community resiliency by strengthening and streamlining fundamental community services such as mental health, food, housing, transportation, and childcare. And it's basically basic human needs.
What was the last one? I'm sorry.
Transportation and childcare, mental health, food, housing, transportation, childcare. And so I would actually replace the universal childcare and the mental health resources for all who need it with that, because it really incorporates and encompasses our food security, our housing, our like shelter, transportation for like vets, just really focusing on those human service needs. Is what I feel like this piece should be, versus just focused on mental health and childcare. And if we did want to really single those two out, making sure we're going based off of the most recent needs assessment, if we're going to focus on two main needs, is I guess my suggestion. And then the last piece is, there was the bullet point that says the provide spaces for youth to safely gather. In my conversations with children, youth, and family staff, there's a huge need for strength and supportive services for parents and guardians. So I would recommend that we put strength and supportive services for parents and guardians and provide spaces for youth to safely gather. And then I sent in Teams my verbiage, Sandy, and then all of these are ones for me. These are all my priorities. So that's it. Okay. Yeah, and no surprise, it's housing and neighborhood success. So.
And I do apologize. I'm only reading your Teams things off my phone.
Oh, yeah.
So I love it. And did I catch it? Strengthen services for parents and provide spaces for youth to safely gather. Yeah, sweet.
Okay. Do we have comments, ideas, reflection? Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I have a question that I'll pose to Councilmember Marsing to think about, and then a couple comments to make. So first, on the childcare topic, can you define what universal childcare means to you, and how we should think about it? No, you can think about that for a moment, and I'll make a couple comments and then give you that opportunity. I appreciate you, Councilmember Prieto, thinking about like the neighborhood resilience and social resilience fabric, because I think that's what I was speaking to before, but it came up in the electric grid conversation, and I really don't want us to lose sight of all of that resilient fabric that we're trying to build, and the intersection of those systems. I think that's what you were speaking to as well when you were talking about mental health and food and housing and transportation. I'm probably leaving something at childcare as well in that. We haven't talked about, we've started conversations in different ways over the last few months on different types of housing. And maybe we all mean this when we say affordable for-sale housing, but I'm also kind of thinking what I hear from a lot of people is starter homes. Not necessarily just affordable living, but like starter homes, something they can either step into or expand in once they get in. And I don't know, I think that's harder and harder to build these days, and we're seeing less and less of that. But I don't want us to lose sight of that when we're thinking about how do we support working families, how do we support growing in place, aging in place, what types of, not necessarily modular units, but flexible places, or like flexible home spaces we're creating for people. The financial models aren't ideal for that, but that's something I want us to think about.
Oh, Harold, go ahead.
If I can jump in, I think that's to your question about starter homes. That's actually why we use capital A, affordable and attainable, because really the attainable is the starter home, to delineate between the two, because the terms start getting tossed around, and what's affordable, what you mean by affordable may not mean capital A affordable.
Sure.
And so that's why we actually say affordable and attainable, to get at exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and then just the last comment I had here, and I just wanted to note, Vision Zero felt a little out of place on the previous slide. It was there because it's grouped under transportation. But when I actually think about it, it's really aimed at safety and creating safe places. And that's what we're trying to do. And so I could almost see that integrating more into neighborhood services even though it falls under transportation in terms of the type of improvement, in terms of what we're actually trying to achieve. And I think it gets at what Councilmember Prieto was speaking towards in terms of third spaces and third places for people. So that's all I'll add.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Okay. Do we feel good with this as, do you need a bulleted, like, priorities? Or, no? Yeah. I mean, there's ways that we can incorporate this to other functions.
Yeah, because this one's really kind of touching different work groups. It may not necessarily be touching some of the other priorities.
Okay,
And
okay.
so, if it's okay with council, just watching the conversation, I think what we'll do is, if you're okay with me kind of saying, this is what we can handle. And structuring it based on a capacity.
Perfect.
And then letting you all talk about it when we bring it back.
That would be great.
But that's up to you all if you want me to do that.
No, I say yes. Okay. Councilmember are you, okay. Are you ready, or are you?
I am. I'm trying to process what Harold said,
Okay,
Mayor.
okay.
I'm a little bit not concerned, but aware that there are not redundancies, but I don't think we're quite clear on what ultimately the goals are in this space. And what I'm hearing from Harold is maybe staff will take this feedback, bring it back, clean it up, bring it back to us. I personally, and this is, I think it's really important that we do split out ECE from the broader conversation. And whether, to answer Councilmember Popkins' question to me, Mayor, it's, I would define universal childcare as the way that the state of New Mexico defines it, which our neighboring state, who was able to successfully achieve a program of no cost, blind income, universal childcare. For me, it's folks in that 0 to 3 space specifically. But this was my moonshot thing at the retreat, right? So if we're not ready to say as a city we want to pursue universal childcare, we can have that conversation separately. I do want to see the bullet point split out, and I will be just upfront and saying I would be very hesitant to support any action plan that didn't do that, didn't name early childhood education and the cost that it's placing on families as an emerging economic crisis for our community. So,
And I think the universal childcare, that could be something we as elected officials, when we meet with our state representatives and really, hammer that CML, really have those conversations to push for a state.
It's likely a
Because it is
statewide issue if we
statewide
get
issue.
Tabor
We don't
and
have
graduated
the-
income tax.
We don't have the capacity as a city to be able to.
With
do
that, Mayor, I will make a motion and we'll see how this goes. I move we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes, it's already time. Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, so the motion has been made to extend the meeting, seconded by, seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. Let's go ahead and vote. I think we just vote to extend the meeting. So close. We are very close. Okay.
This is important.
So, Mayor, if I can be clear,
Yes.
I do need clarity on, are these your goals and are you
So can
in
we do that?
agreement
Yes,
with
yeah,
it?
okay, because we do need to.
Oh, I thought you voted.
No,
We haven't
yet.
voted on extending the meeting yet. Oh, okay. All those in favor of extending the meeting, say aye. Okay. All those opposed? Nay.
McCoy.
Okay, so,
McCoy, wow, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
That's why I wanted to make a comment.
yeah, so, okay. No, we're just going. It's fine. You're good. Good. Okay. Go ahead, Harold. What were you saying?
No, I do need clarity on, is this your goal?
Okay,
I
the
mean, if there's-
universal childcare thing?
All of
No,
it.
All of it, okay.
What I was merely speaking to is then capacity, bringing capacity to it.
Capacity back, okay. So do we have comments? Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I just wanted to
Prieto.
add
Oh, no, we're not.
No, just
not adding.
Something I forgot to add was in strengthen and refocus public safety support services, and then it said core lead, and then I just wanted to add SROs to the back of that because I feel like they're playing a huge role in supporting our youth right now, and so making sure that they're included in that language. But mostly, like, I think my sentiment overall on this one is like affordable and attainable housing, basic need, resources for our residents, supportive services for parents, third spaces. And then I feel like the public safety services, supportive services kind of fall within that top one with the youth and
Well-
family basic needs. We can separate it, but
I think it should be, I personally, sorry to
but
interrupt. Go
I
ahead.
think, but yeah, but I just wanted to add SRO. That's it.
Okay.
And all of it is one for me. Like all of it's a priority. All of it.
Yeah. My feeling is perhaps the universal child care could be one that we can tackle with our state legislators. I don't want to dedicate staff time yet, maybe our lobbyist. But, just kind of putting a bookmark on that one. And then the other one, I do want public safety in its own, as well as mental health, and looking at mental health. So I think about, the work that Core and Leads does. Back during COVID, I'm a certified assist suicide first aid trainer, and I have my certification to help people in crisis, to get them, during COVID, there were over 12 people, residents of Ward 3, that I assisted who were on the verge of suicide. And one I actually drove to the hospital at 1:00 in the morning. So there is a need. So looking at that mental health piece, I want to make sure that whether it's through the vein of public safety and the support services we have there, or through our children's, youth, and families, through that. But I really want to make sure that the need is there, and it's impacting a myriad of people, not just youth, but seniors, working class, professionals in all avenues. So I want to make sure that we do have those resources, because different, and people who are dealing with mental health concerns and suicide aren't necessarily fall under that vein of severe mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar. There's different, and it's so vast, and the approaches are so varied. And who do people come to first? City, our community, our public safety. So I want to make sure that we don't forget about that piece. So I don't know if it's its own vein, but it's embedded in public safety. But I do want to make sure that it's reflected and prioritized.
That's where I see it, Mayor. I see it both in the public safety support and also in the strengthening community resilience by strengthening and streamlining core services. It's because it's everywhere.
It is everywhere. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and that was very well said. So I'll just plus one that for the sake of time. I have a question on the ECE, on the daycare and child care, because I don't think I fully understand what's in the city's control, what's in the county's control, what's in the state's control. And I think that's a block for me as to where I would rank that and understand kind of what does that mean and what's the implication for staff and others. I'm not sure if you can speak to it quickly now, we can do that. I almost think it deserves, from what I'm hearing, because I do agree with you that it is an economic crisis. And when I think about the economic resilience of our community, that is a piece of that. And I'm just trying to understand what is our role in actually addressing it. And so I could also see this being a pre-session or a follow-up conversation too. And I would very much welcome that, to understand better, where are we devoting our time and resources, and what types of resources. If it's legislative advocacy, that's a very different type of resource than if it's a different department that we have, right? And so that just shapes kind of how this fits in. I understand what Vision Zero implementation looks like. I understand our housing work. I don't understand exactly all of the toolbox for the childcare.
We should bring that back.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I will answer the question from Councilmember Popkin fairly quickly as best as I can, although I do think a pre-session here would be good. I've been on council 6 months. We've already dealt with 2 direct examples of how we as a council can directly reduce costs for families in the ECE space. The deal we did at Ascend at Hover Crossing related to the Aspen Center's location there. That is a facility that's going to increase the amount of spots. Childcare in many ways is ultimately a supply and demand question. When you make it easier for providers to open and create spaces, it makes it more possible for supply to enter the market. Right now we are in a position, Longmont is not unique nationally, but is especially in a bad space in this area because of the unique economic pressures we have here. Slots are limited. It costs a working family in Longmont more than more to send a kid to daycare than it does to send them to CU Boulder. $23,000 a year in Boulder County is the average that a family pays. So what can we do? We can incentivize development. For example, when we look at annexation agreements, we could say, hey, annexation developer, we want to see on-site childcare. We can work with providers on permitting to make it easier for them to open drop-in center, whatever the option are. The tools in our toolbox beyond just pursuit of universal childcare are numerous, and I think are actually more, because what happens at the county level is funding distribution, right? And since CCAP is frozen, we're not talking about a lot of funding in the system. We'll see come November whether that changes or not. But ultimately, the tools that we have in our toolbox from a permitting, planning perspective, development and annexation perspective to incentivize childcare, the creation of childcare slots and lower costs for families are numerous and plentiful. And if we are not incorporating them or at least thinking about them in everything that we do, or at least, hey, does an opportunity exist here to do it? I think it's a missed opportunity.
Okay.
Plus, Mayor, this is something that's
Yes.
been on the council priorities for
Yes, it
several
has.
years. So
It has.
it may make sense to bring back some staff to do some level setting on everything that's happened so far.
Yes. No, I would like that, because there are ways that we can, in looking at even providing that childcare service for our employees. So maybe it's not necessarily at large, but it's for city employees or working with businesses to have something embedded in their system. And so there are some things that we can do. And whether it's directly or indirectly, this has impact to everybody in our community because it impacts workforce. It impacts, just primary employers and ability to access services. Okay, so I think we're good.
Check out one more.
Okay.
So, business-friendly city, this includes the Advanced Longmont 3.0, attracting businesses for current vacant properties, strengthen and simplify permitting. But I know Councilmember McCoy had mentioned during the transportation one that really ties with business. It does make me wonder whether it's something we want to repeat in this one around providing those core services so that businesses can thrive. I don't know if that's something that you're interested in based on his comments.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess the business-friendly side bugs me. It's when you have to say what you are.
Oh, are you really that?
It almost suggests that, well, not that you aren't, but that somehow you're falling short, and I don't think we are. I mean, we have got First and Main. We've got projects pursued in the sugar factory area. We've got a new boutique hotel coming online on the 12th. Every time I see this, we have other projects in the pipeline that I think are out there, and I just wonder if it just doesn't make us sound like, hey, we're business friendly when because before we were so unbusiness friendly, and I just don't think that. I teach economics, and I wonder if what is it that we are not business friendly about? We are we can't control. There's a whole lot of things like vacant properties and stuff like that, unless we decide to do something that I think people are inherently against, an eminent domain. I mean, let's get serious about our tools in a toolbox. And you know, we have for literally decades had an economic development partnership. We have a relationship with our Downtown Development Authority. There are so many things. And do we need to, in a time when sometimes we maybe need to slow down and take a look at what the value is, streamlining permitting processes? We've done a hell of a lot of that. How much more do we want to do other than do what some people have suggested, not having any zoning aspects? I think that suggests just a total lack of direction. I've seen communities throughout the Front Range that have no zoning direction, and it's pretty obvious how they built and what they allow. And I think that if we streamline it anymore, we're just opening up a door. It's a slippery slope to no zoning at all. So I would really encourage us to just dump this entire slide. It's met in so many other ways that I would feel that it's unnecessary.
You're very passionate about that one. Mayor Pro Tem, can you step in my seat for a minute? I have got to use the restroom.
Okay. Okay, people. Yes. Okay. So, who is the first? So you say. Let's see here. I'm just trying to see. Go ahead. Did I do that right? I'm trying to. Well, I'm sorry.
Should we take 2 minutes?
Well, I'm trying to open you up here, and let me practice. Okay, mic on.
There we go. All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will say, I'm a little nervous now because now you're in the main chair, and I was going to respond to some of the thought. But I hear you certainly on, especially on the focus on attracting business to current vacant properties. We have the LEDP and the chamber who do a lot of that work to begin with. I'm going to push back a little bit on the strengthen and simplify and streamline the permitting process piece. And this mostly comes out of my experience over the last year running for council, as you have, and hearing, including at that fishbowl on minimum wage issues from small business owners, that there was the one business owner who mentioned it took 6 months and multiple permits for a stove, and I know that was maybe an operational issue, but the number of times that I've heard, and I believe it, that at times the small business community especially can feel like our permitting process is difficult to navigate, overly bureaucratic and challenging, and that sometimes we are not working. My time is up, as it should be, and that sometimes we are working in as more of a I'm going to give you direction and you have to apply, to comply, rather than in collaboration with our businesses. So I would keep the slide, if only for that piece, because I do think there is some credit to be earned there. Yeah, I am curious, and I think in terms of my thinking on this, I that's the only thing that I do think is probably worth holding on to considerably, because I know we're already going to partner with our economic development partners on Advanced Longmont 3.0. We have organizations that are doing it. I do think more specific looking at our permitting process is something I would be curious about, and whether or not, whether and where it needs to be simplified. So,
Thank you. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree that I don't think we should throw this one out, but I do agree that saying that we're wanting to be more business friendly makes us feel like we weren't already. So that was a great point.
That is a good point.
But I think I want us to make sure that we're growing, because we've also heard from our community that we have a lot of development. And I personally think from the campaign trail that we need to expand our businesses and we need to continue to grow. You know, I would love to see LDDA expand into, you know, more of the city, or having other regions like North Main have their own development district if they choose to do so, because there's pockets of town that's not getting the same love as the downtown, and downtown's doing great, and LDDA is doing an amazing job, in my opinion. And I think we need to continue to support our business ecosystem, because we're already doing it, but let's expand our support or continue our support. And I also echo what Councilmember Marsing was saying about the permitting process. I heard that time and time again from when I was campaigning or talking to folks at the chamber meetings, that sometimes it feels like it's a black hole where they don't know where they are in the process, and their contractors pointing at us and we're pointing at the contractor. And I think we can help them open Pandora's box.
Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
All right. I love it all. One thing I want to emphasize, so along with the partner with Economic Development Partners on Advanced Longmont 3.0, although Advanced Longmont 3.0 covers kind of the smaller businesses, small business development, things like that, I do feel like some of that kind of got left behind, or it's not as strong. When we think about like the chamber who supports our small businesses, you have to pay a fee to be a part of the chamber, and sometimes those like building relationships. So I really have just a desire to streamline supportive services for small businesses to help them grow. And so my language, I sent it to you, Sandy, but I can read it really slow for you if you'd like. Ensure small businesses can easily access the resources they need by coordinating local partners, programs, and services into a streamlined support network that offers assistance with business planning, permitting, licensing, financing, grants, workforce development, technology, marketing, and operational growth. So basically, just technology, marketing, and operational growth. And we can like clump that into just supportive services, right? You don't have to have all of it. But my desire here is like, make sure, like with 90% of the businesses in Longmont being a small business, make sure that we're helping these businesses grow. And I've spoke to professionals that are working within this arena, both who are collaborating with the city. And the sentiment that I hear is confirmed that this supportive services doesn't exist for small businesses to be able to get that support. I've had conversations with our city manager, the small business, the SBDC, the centers in Boulder. Like, it just feels like it's getting further away. And my desire is just to revamp that, bring it in somehow, some way, create a space for it. And I think that overall it would serve our community and our residents. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
So Councilmember
Yes.
Prieto, one thing that the council mentioned was to take out the focus on attracting businesses to current vacant properties. So I was about to take that out, but then.
Okay. I think it should stay in.
Okay,
But
all right.
yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
I
Just
would
wanted to
not
check
want to.
in. Yeah.
Because we have some vacant spaces that have been vacant for years, and that inhibits the neighboring businesses because you have all this vacant space, and who's going to go walking around shopping in those areas? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a really thoughtful conversation. Honestly, this has been a very thoughtful conversation all night, and I know it's long, but thank you everyone for kind of persevering through this. I understand, Mayor Pro Tem, why you think that like some of these are kind of perhaps redundant. I don't think you're saying they're not important, but like already integrated into some of the other pieces. I also understand why folks want to call that out specifically. And I'm more on the let's make sure we name the things that we're trying to address very specifically when we talk about, I'll use the theme I was going on before, economic resilience, right? For our community, for our businesses, and for our families. And so I like all three there. The vacancies relates to a number of things we've been talking about. And I think the mayor was getting at this before, but I'll put a finer point on this and just say that like how we reduce vacancies in our neighborhoods enhances public safety. How we it supports neighboring businesses. It enhances our tax base, which allows us to then fund a lot of the services and like social services that we're trying to provide as well. So I think that is a key piece that I would love to frankly incorporate into like an advanced Longmont 3.0 of like how do we bring some of this together. The last thing I wanted to say, and I don't want to open a can of worms here, but we've had multiple conversations about the airport over the last 6 months. And last fall, I asked Harold, when's the last time council made the airport a priority? And the answer was crickets. Basically, I think
it hasn't been.
And here's what I want to say. I think we started this conversation at retreat, and we haven't really picked it up. And I actually think it's a disservice to a lot of the goals we've talked about that we haven't. Because when we talk about childcare, Councilmember Marsing was talking about space available, like just supply and demand of space. We were talking about third places, recreation, business meeting spaces. The airport has space, and how we use it matters. It relates to our grid. It relates to our competitiveness as a region. It relates to our wildfire and broader resilience. And I'm curious where, I don't know whether it fits on this slide or in a different category, but if we really want to get serious about thinking about the airport as a community asset, and what do we mean with a community asset? It's how does it relate to our economic and environmental and social resilience as well? And it does. We just have to start to, it's a cross-departmental effort there. I'm giving Jen a little wave in the back too. And it's in service of a lot of these other pieces. And that's where I think we can maybe layer this together. It gets a little bit more complicated as you do that, but it also makes sure that we don't lose sight of this major infrastructure asset that we have and the modernization and community goals that we've been talking about. So I didn't want us to lose sight of that here in the economic conversation. And it was on the other slide, but it didn't really fit there either.
Okay. So you want to move it from this slide?
Maybe. I don't know where quite.
Transportation and development, maybe. Well, let's see, business, oh my.
It doesn't really relate to our that broader downtown corridor concept.
Can we copy and paste and have it on both slides?
It goes along with redevelopment of the sugar factory.
Looking at it's not redevelopment of the sugar factory where the airport space, but hold on. You haven't been recognized, but so
I want us to make sure we don't lose sight of that, and that we
I understand.
And not just at the airport as an individual standalone entity, but particularly as an integrated asset across our community. And if that means rethinking how we manage it, how we think about it, that might be worth having that discussion in a separate session there to think about how does it support some of these goals and what are we, and like where can it help us chip away on achieving other objectives too at that broader community resilience level and our economic competitiveness. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we haven't had a priority, airport being a priority the entire time I've been council and even years prior. So in that, I think that just our struggle with where to even put this on these slides really shows that, we haven't really thought about, our own understanding of how this airport fits.
It all crosses over.
And what's that?
It all crosses over.
It all crosses over, yes.
When I think about innovative transportation, there's the opportunities at the airport.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
One opportunity,
but it's not and development, but there's also economic impact.
Right.
Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was mostly looking at the business. Yeah, there we go, business resilience. I did want to mention that the SBDC comes to Longmont once a week, And that relates to the conversation we had, was it last time, the time before? You were remote, but talking about the ARPA interest and the ARPA funds available. Because we could expand SBDC, it meets at the Chamber of Commerce, but another option is to add in the resources that the library has, because there's a lot of computers and what have you, you know, to hold classes and what have you, so we can get more momentum going there. But that's a conversation for future, and I just want to say I agree with everything on this slide. I just want to mark that on the calendar.
Yes, and I concur, I agree. Mayor Pro Tem?
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Well, as I was thinking about what Councilmember Kolkoffer was saying about more future, maybe developmental authorities and things like that up Main Street, I keep thinking of different, more unique things like Latin districts and other things like that that would be opportunities to incentivize small businesses in our community, to what Councilmember Preto was saying. And then the other issue is around the business of current vacancies. Again, I really want us to, when we do discuss this in depth, I want to talk about things, the tools or the incentives that we have, because, or the stick in the carrot approach to issues of, buildings being left vacant for a long period of times when there could be other alternative uses for them. Other communities are literally taking the stick in the carrot approach to how they deal with vacant buildings, and they're turning them into these housing projects and other things like that. If you see them, not that I think everything has to be turned into a housing project, but it's just, I think that it certainly impresses upon somebody who's going to hold a business vacant because it's cheaper to get to deal with the issues around property losses and things like that, than to encourage that. To the slide in regards to the airport, I sure love talking about this stuff, but I will tell you that I think that part of the concept of why we had to come to the final solution here of dissolving the board was because every time we did talk about how to expand and to improve the airport, we got nothing but ridiculous pushback from groups that were not necessarily related to anybody who they're these advocacy groups, and so I wanted to be clear that we could do some great things at the airport, but we have for literally 50 years or so been constantly stymied every time we wanted to talk about that, because nobody, the end users did not want to spend a dime to that. They wanted grants, and they wanted the community to pick up that, and then they came up with things that were hard to put a finger to in regards to the amount of economic development they actually produce. It's such a arbitrary thing. I've heard $74 million. Boy, with $74 million, that place ought to be a Shangri-La. So let's get serious about that. Don't use numbers that aren't real. So when we do talk about that, let's talk about the seriousness of it, not conjecture.
Thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Just a quick comment earlier about the airport. So I feel like for the innovative transportation development, redevelopment, when we talk about our airport, a part of its success is going to be kind of developing / redeveloping on that property. And I think that was council's sentiment, and council expressed that that's what we wanted to do, laying the groundwork for future projects. I mean, we may not have like a vision exactly of what we're going to do there, but opportunities are going to come. So I feel like the transportation development and redevelopment, it's right here. It's just like any other project. Like there's going to be an opportunity that comes, someone who's interested, a potential business. And so I think I would say that we are prioritizing the airport, but it's just in steps and pieces. And so right now we're dealing with the main things, right, that we've been focusing on. But overall, the success and financial stability of the airport will heavily rely on that potential development that comes in the future to help fund it. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marcin, is this? Oh, now it's your second time.
Thank you, Mayor. Last time on this. Question for staff: when are we getting, and Mayor, maybe for Mayor too, if this is a pre-session item, because it seemed I know there's a desire among this council to dive into airport governance and circle back to that conversation, and I don't,
yeah,
you know. I mean, it's already mentioned in the action plan. I don't necessarily think belaboring continually tonight is the way to move forward. But I am curious about when it comes back.
So have we? I was thinking a pre-session. Is that? Yeah, that's what we. Okay, I want to make sure we were on the same page. Yeah, and it might be is it the 14th? Is that one that we were thinking of? No, in pre-session.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, just to
talk about
clarify,
that,
so
yes.
this action item, I mean, hasn't passed yet for you all. Do you
No.
mean you mean
Like
mean a
an
pre-session
airport board
Oh, okay.
modernizing, yes.
on the board?
Yeah.
Because we also have the rates and charges and
Rates
all
and
of that work
yes.
coming back.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what should happen first and.
Yeah.
It does seem to me that you'd want to see your rates and charges study and your AMS study on your VNAP information first, as well as an information session around the things that airports can and can't do.
Yes.
You may want to have your visioning process before you determine your governance, only because, I mean, it's on the list to do,
it is
but
on
it
the list
certainly
to
makes
do.
sense to me to know what you're trying to do before you put in place the governance around it. But that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see.
So,
yeah.
if I can get some clarity, so.
Yeah, I
on,
know. Like, come on, guys.
On one of these items,
Yes.
because when we talk about strengthen, simplify, and streamline the permitting process, that becomes an interesting one because so much of what's behind it is actually code. And so is there a willingness from council when we're going through that to evaluate code? Because that does drive a lot of our processes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Yes, I was going to say, yes, code. And, you know, I was thinking about two things as we were having this discussion. One, like, is this overwhelming? And that's maybe a question to ask Harold and Cindy. But I also think about, like, all of the departments that we have and what slots in where. And, like, between the last couple slides we looked at, yeah, there's some big things that we're trying to do in the next couple of years. They're going to take some time. But we have departments, divisions, utilities that like set up to do it, and the question is, are they all working towards similar things that we're outlining here? And I think the answer is largely yes. The second question that I've been thinking about is, what do we say no to? Not necessarily up here, but what else? What's in the surrounding ambiance that comes up through us and hits us, that takes up time from us and staff and our boards? And I think of a couple things. One, I think of new development projects that stretch the boundaries of our city. That takes time. That focuses less on the vacant properties. That focuses less on the core areas. You know, I introduced the resolution on the hyperscale data centers so that we don't start fielding requests related to that and stretching ourselves in different directions. When we talk about code reform for the businesses and streamlining here, for streamlining permitting, anything that involves our planning staff touches, and building staff, it's code ultimately, and that's greenfield projects, it's new developments that push the boundaries, it's these large, massive, untested kind of data centers that we don't know all of the systems that we have to navigate. And then it's the other thing that we can and I would encourage us to think more strategically about saying no to going forward is various smaller concepts and requests that are minor but take up a lot of time. And we end up spending some time doing wedding planning around those. I love that that phrase is caught on.
Yes.
So I would encourage us to just be, it's a late night now, but like as we think about the things that we're saying tonight are the most important for the next year and a half and beyond. It's, also in lieu of what are the things that we say no to.
Yeah. Thank you. So the other thing too, and I would like this from you all, as you're going through this, and maybe there's a department that covers several of these, and it was like, okay, you have all these things on there. We don't have the capacity. You might have to like postpone or deprioritize, one or two in this category or in this category. I think that would be helpful for us. Do you agree? No? Yeah, I mean, but for them to come back and say, you know what, we don't have the capacity to do everything you're wanting on here. Are there a couple of things that we can just move down or eliminate altogether?
Yeah, I think that would be our approach. It wouldn't be that we can't do it. It would be like, we can't get to it now, so.
So we have this realistic
we
conversation
could
as well.
Time
Yes.
it out in terms of if we're doing this, then this needs to slide here.
Yes.
And this slides here, and here's how we're viewing what the next 2 years will look like in terms of what we're taking on when.
Uh-huh.
If
And
that's what
that's
council
not
wants, we
unheard
can-
of. I
we
mean,
can- we can give you
you've
a
done
run
that
at
with
it.
all of our priorities as well before, so it's not unheard of that. Yes. And this is your third time.
It's a question
Yeah.
building on that. As you think about what's the order of priority, I would appreciate understanding, and maybe others would, or what do you need to do this?
Right.
It's a yes or no. It's an expand or contract. And what do you need in your toolbox? If it means we need 2 more staff in a certain department, then that's a priorities and budget question that we're going to be running into in the next 5 months.
Yeah.
So like that's also what I would appreciate. So we know if we're off in this direction, it's at what cost or at what opportunity.
Okay. Thanks. Let's move on. Moving on.
I believe that's it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We are
So-
now on to mayor and council comments. I feel like we all said much this evening. City manager remarks. Yes.
On the next meeting, we're actually bringing phase 2 of the development agreements related to First and Main generally, specifically Front Range and that one. So last time, because Front Range was there, the mayor actually augmented the agenda, so we moved the item up into special reports and presentations to be mindful
Yes.
of their staff time.
Yes.
Is it okay to do that again? And if so, can we actually structure the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a question for council, just to get through it.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Marcy.
I guess procedurally, my understanding has always been that mayor kind of has oversight to some degree on the agenda. So if mayor says yes, I will just say, because of the order of our agendas where public invited to be heard comes after special reports and presentations in a regular session, when we have longer, more engaged, like I think about Front Range Passenger Rail, for example, that took 2 hours almost before we got to public invited to be heard. I worry about us stacking that part of the meeting a little bit, and that is my opinion, and mayor and staff can take that and do nothing with it if they want. So.
Thank you. Okay, is that it? Okay, thank you. City attorney remarks.
No comments, Mayor.
Great. Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion to adjourn. Second. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, we're adjourned. So, it was like, nope.